I'm starting a match India. करियर से कोई संपर्क नहीं, सिर्फ गेम प्ले मैच है क्रिकेट 19 का। आशा करता हूँ आप लोगों को एक गेम प्ले पसंद है, अच्छा लगे तो ज़रूर लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब कीजिएगा। थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग विद अस। लेट्स गो प्ले द मैच इंडिया ओमान वर्सेस पाकिस्तान, सॉरी साउथ अफ्रीका ओमान। नो साउथ अफ्रीका इंडिया।
Good afternoon and welcome for this 50 over match between India and South Africa. I'm Michael Slater and alongside me today is James Taylor.
Very good feature.
Good afternoon everyone. Couldn't ask for a better day for it. Not a cloud.
The two captains are in the middle. We're ready for the toss.
It's time to now toss. South Africa call. South Africa on the toss and elected to bowl first. Thank you everyone joining with us. Let's go play the match.
In these conditions.
And we're just about ready. Time for the first ball. Right on. Good reactions from the keeper there. This could be out. She's on target with a throw from the deep. Good fielding.
The batsmen were kept rather quiet in that over. Going with pace now.
Nice fielding there. Good return. Great way to start the innings. That one's a bit too full, played nicely.
End of the over.
India are now on, none for 11.
Join the community of more than 2 million Binomists who are investing online with Binomo. Start trading today with Binomo.
For these young players.
So Monica Singh will open at the other end for the start of the second over. Good toss to win. I think both captains were looking to bat first here. Singh with her left arm away swing and edgily through that slipped cordon, but another single. Yeah, how critical is really Kate Ibrahim to this Otago team today? She's got the experience of being a previous White Fern. She's the highest run scorer in this competition with 359 runs coming into this. So if she goes early, Otago are going to be really in a bit of difficulty, I would think, because they don't have the same depth. They've had to bring quite a few new players in with the White Ferns away.
We don't want to put the commentator's curse on her, do we, as she's facing up to Monica Singh here, but a lot does rest on her shoulders, and I think she'll know that, but I think she'll really relish in that as well. She is a highly competitive player, and I'm sure she'll be wanting to get her team home today.
So with a wide and 2 byes, good start for Otago. Just taking a little time to find her line. Monica Singh.
I'll be a bit nervous. You can get a little bit nervous on game day, can't you? Got to relax, deep breath.
Just trying to find that mark around the leg stump to basically cramp up Kate Ibrahim a little bit.
Normally Monica Singh will go across the right-hander, and that's where she sort of picks up a lot of her wickets. They don't have a slip in, so maybe there's a different plan here. Very niggly length that she bowls, and when it goes across you, you feel like you have to play because it's in front of you, and then it sort of goes away from your body. So it brings Jess McFadgen into the game, behind the stumps there.
We had a chance to look at the pitch earlier today. It's the same strip that was used yesterday for the Ford Trophy final for the men. It looks in good shape out there. It hasn't really roughed up too much at all. Again, just on that leg stump, but an easy single. Sparks off to a good start.
Yeah, she's bowling with a 5-4 field, so I'm assuming that the line's just not quite right for Monica Singh at the moment. I think she'll be looking for off-stump, 4th stump line with the field that she's got set today.
Yeah, just losing some shape, and she's had quite a few around that leg stump or just outside, so second wide of the over. And of course with the power play, this is where teams, if they can get themselves set early, can really start to launch and increase the scoring rate. Just tucking this one behind point, but no run.
Well, that's the line and length she's after, and I suppose, in any game of cricket, what you want to be able to do is create pressure, and the way you do that is by bowling dots, and a lot of times that's bowling your best ball, and her best ball is right in that spot there. She's got a fielder, it looks like backward point, third, and cover point, and those will be in operation here with the line that she's bowling, or wants to bowl.
Here again, just on that leg stump. End of the over, and 2 overs gone. 9 without loss for the Otago Sparks, who have won the toss and batting first. Kate Ibrahim called tails. We asked her why she called tails. She said, "Oh, that's just because that's the way the coin was going to roll. So why wouldn't you?" What did you have? Did you ever have a favourite, Joe, as a heads or tails if you're asked to call?
I always used to say tails never fails, and then it did one day, and I thought, well, that's not true. So, look, it's just all luck, isn't it? However, I did practice how to toss and land it on the same side that was on my on my thumb. So I'm not sure whether you call that cheating, but I call it tactical play.
So Jet Li back in for her second over.
Yeah, she's been a great bowler for Wellington this season, but generally comes on in that middle order and or in the middle of the game, and generally has Amelia Kerr up the other end. And you know what a partnership to have someone like Amelia Kerr up the other end and Jet Li coming from the other end. It's teams found it very hard to score off both of them at times, and that's how they squeezed and created pressure and got their wickets through the middle.
Unique action. And Bella Jane's just not able to hit her away at the moment. Jet Li just 20 years of age. Very bright future. Interestingly, Joe, the team that you coached, the Northern District side, could well have been in this final, apart from what they know as the Duckworth-Lewis system these days.
Too soon. No, it was a fabulous effort by our young Northern Districts team in regards to we tied with Auckland. If we had have won, then we would have been playing in this final, and as much as that sort of cut us a little bit, I think, you know, from a seasonal point of view, I just felt really proud about what our players could do this year. It's been a really tough year, as we know, with COVID, and we had to start our season with not our full team. So to do what we did in the back half of the season, I was a pretty proud coach, to be honest.
Got over from Jet Li, finishing with just the one run off it. Yeah, interesting in that match, Auckland Heart scored 167 for 4 off 34 overs, so it was a rain-shortened match. And then Northern Districts 212 for 8. You call that a tie? Talk me through that.
The Duckworth-Lewis is an interesting system because I feel like the averages have come off the back of male games, which is a little bit unfair because the run rates that you get in men's cricket is a little bit different to women's, and it always seems that generally batting second is where you want to be, but that's if you don't have rain in the first innings, and that's what we had. So it gave Auckland 6 overs of being able to go out there and have 8 wickets in hand and pretty much throw the willow.
Nika Singh.
And then obviously we had to then go in and bat, but what happens in the calculations is, and what's really important, is the wickets lost. So we didn't take enough wickets to potentially bring that total down, so 50 or 60 runs was added to their total. So we had to get 7 runs and over.
Singh just tossing this one up, and Ibrahim looking for the single. No worries either, batsman at this stage. I know it's far too early to start talking about competitive totals, but I know Otago were desperately keen to bat first. They wanted to put the runs on the board. These two teams met in the Super Smash final, and the Wellington team, this one here's just cut behind point, a little bit of a misfield, and they'll sneak their way through for a single. Yeah, this Wellington team looking to go where no team has gone before, and a chance for them to go through both the T20 competition and the domestic one day here at the Halliburton-Johnson final in the season, unbeaten since it was introduced 2020 and 2017. So that'd be a pretty impressive achievement if they can pull that off today, because they haven't won the title, Wellington, of the Halliburton Shield since way back in 2003, and they tied with Canterbury. They haven't won outright since back in 1989-90. So that's over 30 years ago since this Wellington team has won the Halliburton-Johnson Shield outright. Long time between drinks. A little bit of movement in the air from Singh, and She's right on the spot now. That middle and leg stump is what she's aiming at.
Yeah, she's sort of been on leg stump, then she's thrown a couple a little bit wide, and that's where the runs went through the point region. But it's there where she needs to be able to sort of build the pressure, and that's normally what she's able to do. I think when you start a season, you don't necessarily look at wanting to be undefeated, because it's about the processes and taking one game at a time. I'm sure Lance Dry would have had that approach with this Wellington group, young group, as the fourth over finishes and they're 14 for none.
Yeah, it's a good point. The other thing is, this is really, with a 50 over game and a lot of new young talent being brought into the team, they don't have the same experience and the depth across the whole squad. And runs early on is probably not that critical in terms of the run rate. It's, if you can't preserve wickets and just keep the score ticking over like Otago have, I think they'll be pleased with their opening 4 overs.
Yeah, I think so. I think the women's game, however, is that we do want to get a little bit better at accessing, obviously there's 2 fielders out for the first 10 overs as well in the power play, and you want to be able to see some boundaries scored as well. But you can sort of understand just the slow start as there's some runs here, and that's running out to the boundary behind point.
It's going to get cut off though, and they'll come back for 2, looking for 3, but they'll have to settle for just the couple on this occasion. So Bella James moves along to 4. Yeah, that one's in the air for a moment. But with the fielders up in the opening 10 overs for the power play, got plenty of space out wide if you can get it over that inner ring.
Jetley's bowling a really nice line and length there. You tend to, when you give a little bit of width, you just go, come on, get your line right, get it in there, bring the slip into play.
No run there, the ball just fielded out at short square leg.
And even though she's an off-spinning bowler, she's got the 5 on the offside, and that's probably why she will go a little bit wide sometimes, as well as...
Big appeal and out. The wicket's gone. First wicket falls. Bella James is out. Big appeal from Zara Jetley. And Wellington strike. 16 for 1. Well, it's just as we were saying that the Otago Sparks were settling in nicely. We knew that Jetley was a dangerous bowler, the 20-year-old, born in Lower Hutt, and she strikes here.
Just have a look at the replay here, and it looks like it's Jess McFadden that's taken the catch behind. We were just talking about the lines that she needed to bowl.
So Bella James is gone.
It's almost like she was looking maybe for an LB, but every now and again just going outside that off stump and bringing, well, I thought slips into play, but it ended up going to Jess. So anything behind is behind, isn't it?
Yep. Caitlin Blakely coming to the wicket. She's an experienced player, has been in the Otago Spark side for a few seasons now. Didn't play in the last match.
And we'll just see that replay again here. Just coming forward, and a few technical difficulties here. We'll have another go at it.
So Jetley continues.
A big hello to everybody listening too, because this game is a shutout game. Like, no one can actually come in. So obviously those people that are interested are probably online and wanting to see how both these teams go today.
Well, with the increasing popularity of the women's game, and we've seen them so much on television with Super Smash, it is certainly something that's growing. You've got the World Cup starting next week. New Zealand team in action today, play Australia. Your team on Tuesday, and another warm-up match after that 5-match series against the Indians. And you've got some changes already to the New Zealand side, with Byron Down out with a broken thumb. So Singh will continue. The wicket that's fallen is Bella James, caught Nick Fadgen.
It's going to be an interesting World Cup, isn't it? It's, you know, I think the White Ferns have done a fabulous job against India here in this series, and Australia had a great series with England just prior to coming over to New Zealand as well. So there's some teams in some good forms. There's some teams that don't have confidence, but a World Cup, everything can change.
So Ibrahim will get a quick single. It was well run. Ball fielded in at short mid-wicket. The Otago team showing some intent early. They do want to have those quick singles and just keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Well, it's all about partnerships, isn't it? And I think in 50-over cricket, you get that little bit of extra time. And if you're able to build some sort of a partnership, and the way you do that is just be looking at your strengths and looking where you can rotate the strike and hit to space and be able to manipulate the ball and get your partner up the other end. And that's what Ibrahim's starting to do now. That's a better line there from Monica Singh. She's on the money there.
It'll be a good test for both teams today with their depth of bowling attack as Singh comes in once more, tossing this one up just on leg stump, but Blakely nicely just deflects it away for a single.
Yeah, I think Blakely would have been sitting on the sidelines hoping that there would be a little bit of a partnership to go in behind. But when you bat at three, you could actually face a ball before the other opener up the other end. So you've just got to be ready. Generally, it's, you know, one of your better batters batting at three, and she'll take her time to get started here.
Play down with the offside, no run. Yeah, Monica Singh, 20. Had a birthday just earlier this month as well, 26 years of age. Made her debut for Wellington a couple of seasons ago after previously playing for Central Districts. This is a nice shot through the cover region out towards the boundary. It's going to be cut off. They'll come back for two. Looking for three, and they'll run three and get home safely. Good running from the Otago pair.
Yeah, it was a great shot through the covers there as we end the 6 over, 21 for 1. There was a little bit of a dive over the top, and then there was a little bit of a throw that didn't go quite right. And that's where you've got to run your first one hard and turn your ones into twos and your twos into threes, and that's exactly what Ibrahim and Blakely did there. They were ready for that third run when there was a fumble on the outfield.
So Jetley, who was successful in her previous over with the wicket of Bella James, will continue. Into her fourth over now. There's a bit of a shy at the stumps just to make sure that the batter doesn't leave her ground. Kate Ibrahim.
I've seen plenty of them in the time, Paul.
So just working this one under the onside round the square leg for a single. So the two outside of the circle, you've got one at deep square leg and the rest of the field all up inside the circle. So quite an attacking field. Lovely little dab down from Blakely for two behind point out towards the boundary, looking for three, but they're not going to get it. And good throw coming in from the outfield.
Yeah, Rebecca Burns set herself up for that relay throw. It was actually quite good because if they were going to run to to the bowler's end, she was in position to throw either end there. So that was actually a good chase.
So again, dabbed down nicely from Blakely, looking for 2, and comfortably will come back with a relay throw coming in from the boundary. Blakely likes that, just going back onto that back foot and looking for some space behind point.
When you're starting your innings, that's exactly what you want to do. Just play low-risk shots, get yourself moving up and down the wicket, and that's exactly what she's doing.
A run on this occasion, up to a short mid-wicket. 26 for 1, coming up to the end of the 7th over. Blakely nice and safe to finish the 7th over. So Jetley with the wicket of Bella James, who was out for 4 when the score was 16. And Jetley now 1 for 11 off 4 overs. And Singh will continue from the Coronet Peak end here at this most picturesque ground in Queenstown, the Sir John Davies Oval. John Davies, a former mayor of Queenstown, well-known businessman. Tossing this one up. Ibrahim driving to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, and currently they've got behind square out and like a cover point. We've got 60-metre boundaries today, but you can see that those ones that are outside the inner circle, that's 23 metres, they're well and truly off that 60-metre boundary by about 10, 20 metres.
Just dabbing this down, a little bit of hesitation, shy at the stumps, but the batters are home. Good quick run single by the Otago pair.
Yep, they were off the minute that the ball hit the bat there, and it was good backing up. That person that we spoke about out at the covers there, or cover point area, was quick to come into the inner circle. They didn't have too far to travel, but there was no overthrow there.
It was a good call. It was an early call. Big appeal. Unmoved umpire.
Yeah, I think going across the batter there and fairly well out of her crease, Blakely. So thrusted that front pad out in front, and I think it was potentially too high and going outside off for me.
Nicely driven, but just down to mid-on, no run. Yeah, the field all up, so it's an attacking field set by the Wellington Blaze team. Just that one fielder outside of the inner ring, which is midway to the boundary on the leg side at square leg.
And you definitely want to be able to create that pressure, especially for the new batter. Blakely's faced 11. She's sitting on 5. For Ibrahim, they have been putting the 2 out, which is fair enough. And what Kate Ibrahim's got to do is potentially just keep hitting to the sweepers and getting Blakely on strike and just seeing whether she can break this field open.
Blakely comes from good pedigree. Father played cricket for Otago. Jeff.
The Otago Sparks are missing Susie Bates and Katie Martin as the 8th over finishes, and it's 27 for 1. So there's a lot of pressure on these two to be able to. One of them will have to bat through the 50 overs if they want to get a par score, which is probably around that 250 mark.
Yeah, Polly Ingalls will probably come in next, and she's a capable batter as well. But Blakely, who hails from the Mania Toto, went to school in Dunedin and been a regular member of this Otago team. I know she's rated very highly by the coach Craig Cumming. A lot of discussion taking place in the middle. So Kate Ibrahim, the sort of wise head the experienced player amongst them. Some say that she was very unlucky to miss out on the White Ferns selection for the World Cup. She said, "K Sarah Sarah," basically. It is what it is. I can't do anything about it. Have to rely on the selectors. She's got a chance to really make her mark here today in this championship final. Temperatures warming up in Queenstown after a chilly start. And a change in the bowling attack for the Wellington Blaze as well, with Maloney into the attack. Beth Maloney. And again, just tucked around backward of square for a single. Togo team just happy at the moment to look for the quick singles and keep that scoreboard ticking over. Haven't seen really a lot of major attacking shots so far. Ibrahim facing down the leg side, that'll be a wide.
They're just struggling a little bit with the line here, aren't they, Wellington Blaze? Not much wind around, as we said before, but yesterday it was blowing an absolute gale. She would have had wind coming from behind her to be able to get the ball down there. But yeah, just struggling a little bit with the line here. Probably a little bit of nerves, younger players.
This one's pitched up and driven by Ibrahim, but just down to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, nice bit of away shape, and when the ball is actually swinging, that's the length that you want to be able to get, and she's put that right up to make Kate Ibrahim actually play it. The slip's still in place, which I agree with at the moment. If the ball is moving around, you want your slips in play.
Maloney well tossed up and just out onto the onside, fielded in by short cover. And no run. Fielder out there was Olivia Boyven. Maloney, the 21-year-old, born in Wellington, in once more. And a quick single, just dabbed down, and quick running from Ibrahim. These two got good calling, good communication at the moment going. Talk about on a ground like this where the boundaries are 60 metres, 220, 230 a competitive score, Joe?
Yeah, I think they, 250 is the capabilities if you had your normal batting lineup of Susie Bates and Katie Martin and Hayley Jensen in it. But I think, yeah, anything over that 230 will be competitive.
So Maloney over finishes. And the Otago team 31 for 1.
And this will be the last over of the power play, but I would expect to see that the field won't change much. I think, when batters aren't blazing away, you don't normally see the 4 go straight out in the 11th over in the 50 over format, especially if the bowlers feel like they can bowl a tight line and length and create the pressure by having the field up.
Singh coming in for the start of her 5th over. No run. Just tucked into that short mid-wicket. Not too many opportunities created early on for the Wellington Blaze. Singh none for 16 so far, so it's been a tidy opening spell without really looking too threatening.
Yeah, they've just bowled to their field, haven't they? Apart from maybe a few wides down leg or just a few loose ones on the pads, but generally they've bowled really well to their field and they've been able to create pressure.
Nicely tossed up, and again a quick single running, and they will get home. It was tight. The throw had been right on the money. It may have been very close indeed, but these two, they're looking for the quick singles. They're not playing the big attacking shots just yet. They'll be conscious of the fact that the batting lineup is, well, a little bit brittle after you get through Polly Ingles in terms of experience at this level. It's a championship final. Sing once more in and just on that leg stump, and good running again between Blakely and Abraham.
Yeah, it's a good little battle, isn't it? You know, Wellington have the field up to create the pressure, and Abraham and Blakely are thinking, well, we're going to drop and run, even if it's just a little bit to the right or a little bit to the left of the fielders, and it's good running between wickets.
Cutting away on the offside just for a single. Sweeper out there at cover point. Yeah, well, that's what they're doing. I mean, if you get the one run off 5 balls and an over, there's your 5 and over, there's your 250, and that's what they'll be sort of looking for, trying to get through that first 15, 20 overs without losing another wicket, and possibly around that 60 run mark would be very much a pass score. Singh just tossing this one up.
It was a little bit uppish then. Blakely was through a shot a little bit early as the 10th over finishes, 34 for 1.
Singh having bowled 4 wides so far, but finish as well. And none for 19, her figures.
And that's the end of the power play as well. But I don't think you'll just necessarily see the field spread here. I actually think they may start to do that with Ibrahim, but definitely not Blakely. But still a fairly attacking field, and at the moment they've only got the 2 out.
Yeah, you've got one sort of backward of point, or almost a sort of a wide third man position, and that's where Blakely's got quite a few of her runs through that backward point position, where she just dabs it down. Maloney back in for her second over. It's driven down to mid-off, no run.
Nice way to start your over, just hitting your line and length. It does give you a little bit of confidence as a bowler, and I'm sure you know when you're going back to your mark, you want to make sure that you have your deep breaths, you understand, you know what sort of ball you want to bowl. Take a deep breath and in you come.
Driven once more, but that ring of fielders in very close. Noticing the captain of the Wellington Blaze side, Diana Doughty, just standing at mid-off so she can encourage the bowler as she gets back to the top of a run. Beth Maloney, and electing to just let this one whistle through on this occasion by the Otago team. Ibrahim looking very comfortable out there at the moment. Well,
she's in no rush, is she?
Well,
she's in no rush, and she doesn't really have to be just at this time.
She's the leading scorer in this competition. This is a lovely shot, but can't pierce the field in the offside. And no run. Some sharp fielding. And out there was Olivia Boyven just in cover, so no slip in place. Deep, wide third man. Point, cover. This one he has pulled around behind square. They'll get 1. They'll look for 2. It's racing out towards the boundary. I think it's been a good save deep on the boundary fence, and they'll just come back for 2. So that is good work from the Wellington Blaze field.
That was the first short ball that I've seen in 10.5 balls. So first short one, and yeah, the hands got released there. Didn't quite get to the boundary, as you say, but it was a really good chase. And there was also a second chaser, which you always need when it's going close to the boundary.
Maloney once more just let go outside off stump. End of the over. We've had 11 gone.
Well, always nice to finish an over, I think, with a dot, isn't it? You sort of feel that batters bat in their partnerships and the bowlers need to bowl in partnerships as well. So if you can get out of your over, in particular the last 2 balls, but the last ball for sure, it just gives a little bit more hope up the other end and you can start to build the dots again.
Interestingly, Singh is going to continue for her 6th over. Thought we might have seen a double change. Hasn't come yet. So just nicely pitched up and Blakely content at the moment just to get herself set.
Have to call it a steady start, isn't it? It's not a blazing start. It's sort of in between. I think Wellington probably would have liked maybe another wicket or 2 and Otago maybe another 20 runs.
Oh, this is pulled on the leg side and again can't pierce the field. One outside the circle is deep on the boundary, Caitlin King, and returns a good throw. So just a single. Well struck though by Blakely. You can say it's not a sparkling start by the Sparks and not a blazing start by the Blaze. Nicely turned around a fine leg. They'll go for 1, looking for 2, but they will get sent back as Maloney does the fielding with the long chase.
It was a great chase by Beth Maloney there. The minute that came off the pad, she was already moving, and it's what you want to see as a coach. You want to be able to see that where your players are ready and they've read the ball off the bat, and she cut 1 then. So if they do their cost and saves, you can put 1 in for a save there.
Blakely again down that leg side, and Maloney has to run round to her right by about 5 metres and picks it up. Sprawling save and gets the ball back to the keeper quickly for the single for the Otago Sparks.
And again, Maloney, just that movement. Probably potentially could have stayed on her feet if I was being really picky. You want to be on your feet so you can release the ball quickly.
But wider on this occasion and just freeing her arms is Ibrahim. 20 off 39. So not a high run rate, but we've talked about it so often that you need the safe start to build some sort of total, competitive total against this unbeaten Blaze side. Pitched up and driven, but no way through the field. And dot ball to finish. 12 overs gone, 40 for 1. The Otago Sparks winning the toss and batting first. This Halliburton trophy, first played for way back in 1935-36. Not many people would probably know that women's cricket was even in existence back then, but that's when it was first played, and it was generated because of interest from an English tour of New Zealand back in 1934-35, and Halliburton Johnston, who was a politician for the National Party from Auckland, gave the trophy to Auckland, and any other team was allowed to challenge. So it was a challenged shield in the early days. But now it is the supremacy of New Zealand women's domestic cricket competition as Maloney continues into her 3rd over.
It was well struck by Ibrahim there, and she's trying to work. There's a gap either side of that, but she's just picking the fielder out at the moment. So this creates a little bit of pressure for the bowler if you start to get 2 or 3 dots against Ibrahim.
This is wide and short and just tucked away down to fine leg for the single.
Almost looked like a bouncer, that one to me. Just maybe got that a little bit wrong. It was down leg. If she gets that over her right shoulder, that's probably a better line to be able to bowl the bouncer, and we don't see this ball bowled enough in the women's game, and I kind of like it because it gets the batters off their front foot, and Kate Ibrahim will want to get on the front foot and just work around the corner, so a short ball's a good option.
Done it again, and this one's much finer. Will go towards the boundary. Will it get to the boundary? Yes, it does. Good work by Blakely. Another, almost a tennis ball bounce out there at the moment, and Blakely just giving that the sweep down the leg side, getting in behind it. She almost moved her feet before the ball was bowled, and it was a lovely shot.
She just helped it along its way, really, didn't she? There was enough pace on it for her to just get some bat on that.
That's the first boundary we've seen so far in this match, and we are into the 13th over. Another single, and Blakely growing in confidence. Good partnership these two have put on after that early loss of Bella James when the score was 16. So a 30-run partnership. A run on this occasion, though.
You can see them looking for it. The minute that came off, Blakely was backing up. That's what you want to see from your batter at the non-striker's end. And there wasn't a single in there because of the movement in the field by the Wellington Blaze fielders there. They were attacking. There was two fielders coming hard at that ball then.
Trying to dab it down, not making contact on this occasion.
It's the end of the 13th over, and it's 46 for 1. The run rate's around 3.54, which is sort of similar to the boys' game yesterday, really, wasn't it? Except there was probably more wickets tumbling in the first sort of 20 overs of that game.
You look at Kate Ibrahim's record this year. I talked about 359 runs. She leads the run scoring total, highest score of 96 and average of 71 and a strike rate of 69. So that really shows you how critical she's been to this Otago team and making it through to the final. These two teams played off earlier in the season for the Super Smash final as well. Blaze too good on that occasion. They batted first, and Otago were really shut out of the match, and I think that's what Otago's trying to do here. Put a competitive total on the board and then flip it round and say, okay, Blaze, if you're good enough, let's see what you can do.
Yeah, I think most teams have used that tactic against Wellington. It hasn't always worked, but if you can get runs on the board and just creates another pressure for them to be able to win a game against them, but no team's been successful.
So just a single down to deep backward square. Kate Ibrahim originally from New Plymouth, the Taranaki. She said a little place called Inglewood. Have you heard of it? She said to me yesterday. I said, yeah, of course I've heard of Inglewood. But she's a very talented cricketer. Played for Central Districts, Staffordshire, Canterbury, and moved down with her husband last year to be part of the Otago team. Husband Dion, former Zimbabwean test player. This is a lovely drive into the offside. Just a single. Have a sweeper out there. So Blakely looking more and more assured as she goes on.
She's building nicely, isn't she? Just noticing those boundary fielders. They're 10, 20 metres off the boundary there, and that saved a single the ball before. That potentially, if that goes out to the main boundary, the 60-metre boundary, they'd probably be looking for two, but there was barely one.
Into the 14th over, 48 for 1. You're talking about Kate Ibrahim. I mean, she made the New Zealand team for one-day internationals back in 2010 against Australia. Last played in 2018 against England for the White Ferns, and has played T20 cricket as well. Last time in New Zealand colours was back in March last year against England, so she's played at the highest level. She won't be feeling the pressure out there at the moment. She'll know the responsibility on her shoulders, though.
She's a class player. She's one that you want sitting back in the pavilion, not out in the middle. You're playing against her.
Wide for Maloney.
Yeah, she knows her game very well. She's good off that hip. She tends to want the ball coming into her body. I think it's a ball going away that she struggles with.
Nice shot on this occasion, but good stop at point as well, taking the pace off the ball. So just a single, and out at point, doing some really good fielding was Zara Jetley, diving away to her right. Looked for all the moment that it was going to be crashing towards the boundary, but Jetley getting across to her right. I guess one of the disconcerting, from a coach's perspective, points in what we've seen so far, and again, lovely shot. This is behind point, but there's a deep third man, so just the single. One of the disconcerting points will be the amount of wides that have been bowled so far. There's been 8 of them. There's 8 extras, 1 leg by, and so you start to look at that and you say, that's something you need to tidy up. You just don't really want to see that from a coach's point of view, Joe, at this level into a final when you're having to field first. Good single, good work, good run. Questions asked, but no, home safely, and that was good running. And Blakely called quickly, and the communication between these two has been impressive.
Yeah, really putting the fielders under pressure here. I think from a bowling of wides, there's a couple of things to look at. One is a bowler's action and their alignment, and the other one is whether they're swinging the ball and how far they're swinging it. And
just clamping down on this occasion, Blakely, and she'll get another quick single. So the runs coming, they're not flowing quickly, but they're just ticking over nicely, mostly in singles at the moment. We've only seen the one boundary so far, and we're into the 15th over. I guess that's something that the Blaze will be pleased about. I think both teams will be reasonably satisfied with their starts. I know that sort of almost sounds like you're fence sitting, but you know, the fact that you've got only lost 1 wicket for an Otago team that have lost a fair degree of experience. Just letting that one go outside off stump Ibrahim.
I think Otago would be looking for around that 60-70 mark at drinks, which is generally around the 17th over. That's usually a pretty good target. I think the Wellington Blaze would be looking for, maybe another couple of wickets if they had them 2 for. I think they would feel like the pendulum's swayed their way a bit.
So another quick single just tucked into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. I've been impressed by this running. It was Singh doing the fielding, Manika Singh on that occasion, as the over comes to an end. 15 gone, 54 for 1, so 3.6 the run rate per over. More than acceptable early on. You'd say, hey, that's a slow start, but in the context of the game, with the White Ferns away, wanting to bat first and accumulate safely a good competitive total, I think that's okay.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy with that, and I'm sure Craig Cummings would be sitting on the sidelines, not comfortable, but I think he would be quietly confident with where his team is at the moment.
Sometimes he's a bit hard to please, but I guess he'd be satisfied, wouldn't he? You'd have to say you're a coach knowing that you've got a change, you're bringing some players in, you've got one making their debut in Harriet Cuttance today, and that's what happens when you have some of your experienced players not available. You've got to bring them into the big occasion, and you know that you have to rely on some of these players to do the business for you, and that's what they've done. The early loss of the wicket to Bella James, who was caught behind by McFadden, bowled gently for 4. As we see a change in the bowling attack with Natasha Kodaya in to the attack. Born in Lower Hutt, just 18 years of age. New Zealand under-19 representative, so it's a chance to perform on the big stage today outside off stump, and that's called a wide. That's what we were talking about, Joe, before. I know you might need 2 or 3 balls just to get into your rhythm and to settle down, but in the end of the day, you look at the scorecard and you see what the total of wides are and how much of a factor that's possibly played in the total that you're having to either chase or defend. No way through for Ibrahim on this occasion, driven out to short cover.
No one likes to see wides when you're in the fielding team, do you? You don't mind them when you're batting, but yeah, I think it's just a common thing that happens a lot with swing bowlers, and what you'll find is sometimes they'll go across seam, which we don't really want to encourage them to do. You still want to be able to swing and control that swing, and the only way you're going to do that is by practicing that out in the middle and being able to do it under pressure. And that's where training becomes really important. Natasha bowls out swing. She's got a decent slower ball as well, so that could be a good weapon to use.
Good that Jess McFadden is standing up to her as well. Good sign. And good fielding off her own bowling by Kodaya. McFadden is a member of that New Zealand development side and that wider squad of the White Fern should they experience some injuries. So this will be an opportunity I'm sure she'll relish this afternoon.
Yeah, well, she had to wait in the wings a little bit with Rachel Priest being from Wellington Blaze, and it's always a bit difficult, isn't it, being a keeper, because there's only one spot. So, and if you don't get that spot and you're good enough for a batter, which Jess McFadden is, but you have to field if there's another keeper in there. So she's had to wait her time, and I think she's performed really well over the last couple of seasons, albeit this season a full season behind the stumps, but bits and pieces. And she shows a lot of quality, and that's why she's in the development squad as the 16th over ends, 56 for 1.
Yeah, good tidy over as well, just the wide and the single off the last ball. So I think Tash Kodaya will be very pleased with her opening over. Probably 1 over away from drinks here as the sun starts to shine in Queenstown after a chilly start. But it is warmer than what the Ford Trophy final conditions were yesterday. You've got your coat off, your gloves off today, Joe, so you're in better shape. The sun's streaming in through the window here in our commentary position.
It's always too hot today, Paul.
Can't say that coming from Australia, surely.
Nice shot off the toes there, out to the fielder in the deep there, and they've run an easy 2 there.
Yeah, good work again by this pair. I was at 1 short. Yeah, well, I'll be disappointed in that. And it was Ibrahim who was just not making it across the line with her bat as she turned. So Maloney once more, and for her second ball of the 5th over, and again Ibrahim just takes a single. She won't be 1 short on this occasion.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it, running between wickets. You can steal runs, but you can lose runs by not leading off at the non-strikers end, by not turning and getting in hard and getting out quick and not getting the bat over the line. So it's quite a technique that a lot of teams don't practice, but it's so important.
Blakely just going in the air through that slip cordon, but will be fielded down at 3rd man, just a single. A lot of the runs have come through that area of the ground. Have you read the script somehow, Joe Broadbent? Because you said 60 to 70 runs at Drinks. Well, 59 for one, and we're expecting Drinks and maybe 3 more balls. You're just about bang on the money here. A nice shot through the offside and just evading point, but sort of cut off by the sweeper out there.
Great little dive from Jet Li. I think there's a bit of a competition going on between her and Nancy Patel for the best fielder in point in the HBJ competition. Like Nancy Patel is also a great fielder in that position, but they've stopped a truckload of runs throughout the seasons for both teams.
So not able to catch up with it on this occasion, Caitlin Blakely.
Oh, not really carrying there to Jess McFadden. She almost took that round near her feet.
It was a low carry, wasn't it? Jet Li, you've talked about good bowling figures for her in the opening spell. 4 overs, 1 for 11. As Maloney comes in again. Pulled on the leg side and, oh, lovely stop. Just in short, fine leg. And keeps the scoring down to a single. Now, that was...
Rebecca Burns,
yeah,
what a save.
I was going to say, she dived away to her right and cut that one off. Got the full face of the bat on it too.
Yeah, they're the ones that you get a little bit annoyed with that you don't put away, because you don't always get them often, but when you get them, especially on the leg side, and I always talk about that with our girls too, with balls that are wide. Do you let the wide, they ask me all the time, do you let the wide go so it's a re-bowl, or do you put that ball away? And to me, you put that ball away. If you can hit it and there's no one down at fine leg and you can get a 4, I would prefer to see that than a ball get re-bowled.
So no drinks here at John Davies Oval in Queenstown as we start the 18th over. And Tash Kadaya back into the attack. Just 2 runs off her opening over. So Jet Li 4 overs, 1 for 11. Singh 7 overs, none for 25. Maloney 5 overs, none for 22.
They're ahead of time with their overs. That's why we sort of haven't had drinks quite yet. Normally drinks are about 1 hour and 5, so they're still 6 minutes away. So there's still a couple of overs away.
Yeah, and the other thing is you started with the spinner as well, so the overs didn't take as long at the start of the innings. There's been some great fielding. This good drive, but cut off at short cover. Once more, you know, a lot of energy in that field of the Blaze, and that's been something they've been renowned for all season. Okay, and this one here will go out to deep cover just for the single.
Yeah, they're a fantastic fielding side, and what really sort of sticks out with me, we didn't actually play them in the HBJ this year, just with COVID and the way the draw sort of fell, but in the Super Smash, their throws back to Jess McFadden.
Blakely gets a good drive through. This will pierce the field, won't have enough on it to go to the boundary. It'll be cut off. The relay throw will come in, but they'll come back for 2. So, good shot from Ibrahim. So, getting close to that 50-run partnership now. 48 so far between these two. And again, good fielding at short mid-wicket. And in there to do the good work was Tamsin Newton. That's the end of the over. And are they looking for drinks now? I think it's getting too warm. They're taking some of the top layers off. Sun starting to peak and blaze down now. So what have you made of the opening 18, Joe? I mean, we talked about if you had to say a team's on top here at this stage, I'd say it's almost even Stevens. It's not a high run rate. The wickets haven't been lost. It's been containing bowling, good fielding from the Blaze, but to be fair, the Sparks haven't looked in too much trouble either.
I think where the run rate is and the fact that they've got 9 wickets still to come, I think I'd actually just have Otago Sparks slightly ahead, to be honest. But I think, the Wellington Blaze just need to create just a little bit of pressure. They've just got that release ball that's coming where there's either a 2 or a 4 and they're able to rotate the strike.
Okay, change in bowling now. The captain introduces herself into the attack. Diana Doughty is coming in to bowl from the Remarkables end. And facing up will be Blakely. The offside, just out to a short point.
Yeah, and just every now and again, I think Otago have missed out that last ball of Kadia's over. Kate Ibram missed a full toss, and I think when you're missing those loose ones...
There's a full toss pulled away on the onside, just behind square, just a single. That's where the only fielder outside of the circle is positioned. About 10 metres in from the 60-metre boundary rope.
Yeah, it's a little bit frustrating as a batter when you're not able to put a full toss away. And it is a practice thing. You've got to practice it. You've got to have balls that are full for you to be able to put away and know where you're going to put them.
So, Doughty, the leg spinner, 28-year-old, born in Pororua, captaining the side today. First made her debut way back in 2011-12. Big responsibility, I guess, when you've had experienced players there. You've got to step up to the captaincy, but she's been around for a long time. This level of cricket, came in as a teenager into the Wellington sit team.
Yeah, she was also with the White Ferns in the Australian series just over 12 months ago as well, so an up-and-coming player.
No run, ball fielded at mid-off. And that's the end of the over. Good over as well, just 1 run off it. We've had now 19 gone. And being told it's 1 over to go before the drinks break. That's a reflection of how quickly the Blaze have got through the overs in this opening innings of the Halliburton-Johnson Shield. The supremacy of women's cricket in the domestic competition in New Zealand. As Kadia into the attack once more.
Yeah, she's bowled really well, hasn't she? Only going for the 5 runs, and she's entering into her 3rd over.
They're looking for a single, not going to get it on that occasion. There's running in very quickly from short, fine leg. Down there was Beth Maloney.
And Kadia just keeping it simple here, isn't she? Just bowling full length straight.
Yeah, hard to get away. And I think that's been the feature of the Blazers' bowling performance to date, is that they have been relatively tight. We talked about the wides, but apart from that, we haven't seen the boundaries come. I think I can only recall 1 boundary. There's a bit more of aggression and over the top as we say that. And a lovely shot there by Caitlin Blakely. And that's the 2nd boundary of the innings. Really pulled that one away through that mid-wicket region and away to the picket fence. Plenty of power on it.
That's the 53-run partnership as well to bring that up. Pretty good style to bring that up in, wasn't it? It was almost like she was block. If there's going to be one that I'm able to swing, I think she comes from a hockey background, and that was a fair shot.
If you come from the Maniatoto in Central Otago and you haven't had a hockey stick in your hand, there's something wrong. there's been some fantastic women's players that have emerged from that part of the countryside. And Blakely will go through for another single. So she's just aggregating the runs nicely. We talked about the partnership building. First wicket falling at 16. No run on this occasion. Ball just dead down under the offside. So that is drinks after the Otago team have won the toss and have elected to bat, just losing the one wicket in the opening session until drinks. It is 65 for 1. Otago batting first against the Blaze. At the start of the 21st over. Otago team winning the toss and batting first, and Queenstown in the women's Halliburton Johnston Shield final against the Wellington Blaze, unbeaten so far in this season. Looking to be the first team to do that in both competitions of the T20, and a good partnership here between Caitlin Blakely and Kate Ibrahim for the Otago Sparks. Blakely down the wicket.
Nice tight bowling here, but Blakely used her feet on that occasion, and I think that's the way that you want to be able to play, Doherty.
Swing onto the onside, and that'll go all the way to the boundary. Lovely shot from Blakely, growing in confidence all the time. That's her second boundary now. In fact, that's her third boundary. She's got all of the boundaries in this innings from Otago. Ibrahim, on the other hand, has been quite happy just to collect the ones and twos.
Again, a very similar shot, wasn't it? We just saw the replay then. It was a very similar shot that she played from the other end.
And again, driven down the ground nicely. This might run all the way to the boundary as well. It does. Good work from Blakely. 2 boundaries in the over. We saw 1 boundary in the opening 18 overs. And in the last 2 overs, we've seen 3. So the scoring is certainly, rate has grown in the last couple of overs and starting to nudge over that 3.7 runs an over now. Just staying in a crease on this occasion. No run as she dabs it down on the offside to Gully. End of the over. But a productive one for the Otago Sparks. 8 off it. 78 for 1 with 21 gone.
Yeah, that's what you want to be able to see from batters in this competition is using their feet. I think sometimes you can get caught on the crease, and I think Blakely was able to use her feet, and that's where she got her 4s from. And another alternative is to go back deep in the crease as well, but I think great option to be coming forward.
She's only scored 113 runs in the competition with a high score of 63. She'd love to repeat that one today. An average of 28, scoring rate of 79 in this year's competition. And Caitlin King into the attack. Ibrahim getting this one away with an edge down to third man, just a single.
Well, these two came together and the score was 1 for 16, so it's been a fantastic rebuild, hasn't it? And it's exactly what the Otago Sparks would have wanted is partnerships, and they've done it so well, just rotating the strike, and then they're starting to find the boundaries obviously a little bit more, or Blakely's starting to find the boundary a little bit more, and I'm sure Kate Ibrahim will join in as she builds into her innings as well.
So King in and just let go outside the off stump by Blakely.
It's like she just watches, sizes it up, and goes, well, where am I going to put that? If she keeps bowling in that same spot, she's sort of having a look around. She knows that Cow's available, Cover's available to her.
Yeah, I watched her over the last few seasons, and I just think that she's an intelligent cricketer that's growing in ability and confidence. No run on the offside, fielded at just forward of point. And in that point position is Kate Chandler.
Yeah, what we've found with Blakely is that she's pretty much leg side dominant, but she ramps as well.
Yeah, driven on this occasion, can't get a run, fielded it mid-on.
She's definitely a player that you just don't want to give any width whatsoever. You just don't want her able to free her hands up. It's almost like that full and straight ball's going to be the one that's could undo her.
Talked before about Doughty just fielding it mid-on or mid-off so she can encourage her bowlers. Kings once more into, again, fielded there by Doughty.
Yeah, and if it's not the captain, it's generally an experienced player, isn't it, on the drive there, just sort of calming the bowler down or just chatting about the plans that I'm sure the teams would have gone through for each of these batters.
In the air, but not going to carry on the bounce to Gully. And in there fielding it was Tamsin Newton. No run, into the over.
Another tight finish to the over, wasn't it? Like giving Blakely no room whatsoever. That's definitely the plan, and if they can execute that, then I feel that they could build towards this second wicket.
Yeah, so Caitlin King finishing that over. Originally from Hastings, of all places, in the Hawke's Bay. Made her debut back in 2017-18, so a bit of experience in the side. As once more, it'll be the captain, Diana Doughty, swinging but not able to get the ball through the field once more. That's been a bit of a challenge for the Otago batters. Although they've developed a good partnership, they've actually picked out the fielders in quite a lot of the shots that they've played with some aggression. Ibrahim, no run on this occasion, is just ball squirting out to short mid-wicket.
Well, I know Craig Cummings is a big one on sweep shots, and I know a lot of his players sweep and rant, but we haven't seen a lot of that today, have we? And we have seen there's been 2 spinners on.
Driven down the ground, quick run, taken, shy at the stumps. I think she would have been in safely, Ibrahim, running to the danger end. It was tight.
It's very tight, and when I see a bat go over the line as opposed to
Along the
sliding through, I must admit, your heart goes in your mouth a little bit when you see that.
Doughty to Blakely. No run, fielded at that sort of short mid-on.
I feel like we could see another one go over the boundary here.
Well, it's a big swing in the air, and well predicted. And a broad bent. It is through the boundary rope for 4, and you just got a sense that Blakely doesn't want to sort of be contained for too long a period. Takes a couple of balls, and then the third one goes.
And that's exactly what you want to be able to do. Yeah, I just had that feeling. She was just sort of sizing her up, and the drives are both up, and that cow area is open, which is her area.
This is driven through the offside, but again, good stop at point. Ibrahim down the wicket, but having to turn and go back, and good fielding there by Zara Jetley once more into the over. And we've had 5 off that. 84 for 1. 23 overs gone. You talked about what they wanted to do at that 17 over mark, which was to get to 60 to 70. So what do they need to do at the 25 over mark? Is it getting around that 100?
Yeah, I think if you're around sort of the 100 mark, sort of halfway through, then you would expect that you're going to get it over 200. That's what your team would want. I think Wellington Blaze would be a little bit concerned at the moment. However, you know, you don't push the panic button, do you? What you do is you might just change the bowlers up a little bit, just try and build some dot balls and stop Blakely from being able to free her arms up, and things can turn quite quickly, as we know.
Lovely drive from Ibrahim into the offside. Stopped at that cover sweeper. Just a single. Yeah, I guess the Blaze will be comfortable in the knowledge that the run rate hasn't got away on them. And while it doesn't, they're fine. And they know that if they can pick up a couple of the experienced batters for the Otago team, that they are back on top. So, Caitlin King, 25 years of age, bowling from the Coronet PN. Lovely conditions here in Queenstown.
I think Kate Ibrahim's strike rate's around that 48 mark, and I'm sure that she won't be bothered with that. I think she'll be more concerned with batting out these 50 overs. If she bats out these 50 overs, then she'll feel like they can put a good total on the board.
edge through that vacant slip position and fielded on the boundary down there by Manika Singh. So just a single. These two would have talked and communicated. So at what stage do you say, I'll play the anchor role, you take the risks, you play the attacking shots, because already Blakely has overtaken Ibrahim in terms of the score and the scoring rate. So you get the sense that she's been this designated pinch hitter out there at the moment.
And I think, you know what, I think that was from ball one. Kate Abraham would have been thinking, I'm going to be the one. Every team needs that person where you want to bat around. And I think she's the perfect one in this team and the makeup of this team with Susie Bates and Jensen and Martin out. I think Kate Abraham has got that on her shoulders, and she needs to do that. She needs to do that role. And I think, you know, Blakely's done extremely well in this partnership, and as she nudges another one just to the onside. So what I'm liking here from her is that she's either picking up the single or picking up the boundary. And that's the end of the 24th over. They're 88 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good partnership that has been building. Now worth 72 runs. Not too far away from that halfway stage of the innings. And Doughty will remain in the attack. Roll 3 overs, none for 15. Successful. Sarah Jet 1 for 11. James was the victim. Good drive down the ground. Just going to be a single though, as the ball is fielded by Tamsin Newton, coming across from long on, and the single taken by Blakely. Here's that solid defensive shot from Ibrahim.
If you're looking for a wicket taker, I think Doughty is the one that you would pick. Leg spinners generally, they might go for a few runs, but they have this habit of picking up wickets as well.
A shot from Ibrahim up to cover fielder. Let's talk a little for a moment as well between deliveries. Joe Broadbent, in terms of the Women's World Cup getting underway this week. We've seen Australia in action against England, New Zealand in action against India. What are you making of what you've seen so far in terms of previewing this competition and where the real strength are going to come from? Because to me, they are the 4 teams. You might mention South Africa and others. Oh, this is a lovely sweep shot. That'll go all the way to the boundary. Lovely timing, and that's just what was needed by Ibrahim. And Ibrahim scores her first boundary after 74 deliveries. Been a patient knock.
Very patient, but it was in that area, wasn't it, that you're able to sweep, and if it goes onto the legs there, you don't want to miss out on that, and she was nice and balanced when she played that one as well. Yeah, I'm going to be watching the World Cup back home in Australia this time, rather than being here, as we finish the 25th over. They're not quite the 100 that we thought, but they're sitting on 95 for 1. And I feel that, look, Australia always go in as the front contenders, don't they? And I think Australia have had their domestic competition contracted for a number of years now, probably six years. And a lot of other countries are a little bit behind when it comes to that. So the effect on that is that there's a lot of paid professional cricketers in Australia. So their depth, you find that your Sophie Molyneux's out, your Taylor Valamak's out, and people just come from other teams and they stand up. And that's why Australia is so dominant at the moment. And I think that the next country, England, are in a very similar boat. They've started to pay their domestic cricketers.
Lovely shot onto the onside running quickly for the first, looking to come back for the second, and they won't get it. And good fielding once more on this occasion. It was Natasha Gadaya.
Yeah, and I think the Indian team, they're fostered by the railways over there as well, so they can they're able to train as professional cricketers as well. And it just makes such a difference, you know, if you're able to be a full-time cricketer and able to train and not have to worry about potentially full-time work, maybe part-time work. It just makes such a difference. So that was the biggest viewing that I saw when I was in Australia, was just that change when the professionalism came into it, and it's been at the top level for a number of years now, and that's what helps you win World Cups.
So King into Ibrahim, can't get the ball through, backward of point, no run.
Now, in saying that, the New Zealand team, wow, the last 12 months, they've been spending a lot more time together. They're fitter, they're faster, they're stronger. They're gelling as a team. They've just had a confident series against India. So, you know, they've got as good a chance as anyone.
Come back to that in a moment after this delivery. And nicely tucked into the offside. Just a single coming in from cover. Restricting the scoring just to the one. You look at New Zealand, how much does history play? Last time the World Cup was in New Zealand, 2000. What do you remember of that, Joe?
I remember sitting along the sidelines with a hamstring injury and not able to play in that.
Drive into the offside. No timing on this occasion from Blakely. No run.
So, yeah, personally not good, and also from a team point of view, you know, New Zealand played an exceptional game and it went right down to the wire, and you know, unfortunately we were on the wrong end of it, but New Zealand won their first and only World Cup, so a lot of pressure on them being a home final, and they came through in 2000.
Tucks this one into the leg side. It's a forward or square leg, so just a single. We were talking to Debbie Hocker and we were part of that victorious New Zealand side. In fact, I think that's when many of them pulled up stumps, and that was their last game of international cricket. When did you finish?
Yeah, I pretty much finished then too.
Hamstring.
It's
a loaded question, to be fair.
I had to think about it. It was 22 years ago. Yeah, unfortunately there was another tour to England, but I felt like bowing out earlier was the way to go, so that Australia could prepare for the next World Cup, because potentially that's what, you know, each of the countries are doing. You do want to have a look at it, and you do want to look at the depth that you've got. You want experience in there, but you also want younger players coming through and having them ready for World Cups as well.
In terms of the wickets, because I heard Kyle Mills say yesterday he played in the very first ODI here in Queenstown in 2003 against India, which the New Zealand team won. The Indians were so much in an uproar because it was such a green wicket. They said, we're not coming back to New Zealand unless you prepare more batter-friendly wickets. In terms of the World Cup, how much hometown advantage is there for a New Zealand side, apart from the crowds and the hometown support, in terms of the conditions in which they play it? Or are these players now, likes of England, Australia, India, they're playing all around the world, so it doesn't matter, they adapt anyhow?
I don't think it matters as much now. I think what does matter is the quarantine and being in bubbles and away from family.
Chandler into the attack now for her first spell at the bowling crease.
And I think in Australia in particular, like, we have so many different, as the 100 runs comes up for the Sparks, so it's a fair effort.
That's a good milestone. Only one wicket down, because at times this year they have struggled to chase big totals. They'll be wanting to accumulate a big one today. And Blakely and Ibrahim into the 40s now. They're looking comfortable as they continue. They're not really being put under a lot of pressure. It doesn't look like wicket-taking bowling at the moment. It almost, you get the sense that one of these Sparks batters have to make a mistake to get themselves out. Just down on leg stump on that occasion.
Well, we're just over the halfway mark, and I think they would have had a little bit of a chat here to say, well, look, we might have to get and start to accelerate this so that we can get that 250 that we're after. But they don't need to, it's not panic mode. Like as you just saw there was a ball there, just push for one, just off the legs as the 27th over finishes, and they're 103. You almost play your back 20 overs, and we're not quite there just yet. We've got 3 more to go, almost like a T20. So you would be expecting that 120 minimum. So whatever they can sort of get off these next 3 overs to try and work towards that 250, I'm sure that's what they'll be talking about in the middle there right now.
Long, long way to go. And I don't want to sound negative, but the batting depth isn't there that you'd normally have when you've got your White Ferns in the team and you've got people making their debut in their first season having to be brought in. I mean, that's just the nature of the competition, but this is an opportunity as well. This is what you've got to think about, saying, hey, here's a chance to really cement a future in domestic competition. As King comes in for the start of her 4th over, they're going to run 2 and come back safely with the return throw being relayed in from Kate Chandler on the boundary.
Also on the other side of the coin, that the Wellington Blaze don't have Sophie Devine, they don't have Millie Kerr, they don't have Jess Kerr, so they're missing 3 of their bowlers that would have potentially have bowled 30 overs. Lee Kasparich. There's 40 overs. So I suppose the point there is some of these young bowlers haven't had the experience, so this is where Otago Sparks can actually capitalise on it, just with the lack of experience with this bowling attack. It's almost like an even Stevens for me.
About momentum swings at the moment. I've got this pendulum right in the middle. As Blakely can't get this one through, just backward a point. On 49, Healy Love another half century. And the wicket hasn't showed too many demons today either. This was the same pitch that the men played on yesterday. We had a look earlier and it's in good condition out there. Although you did see a little bit of a foot mark if you're a left-hander. He said, I wouldn't want to be facing at batting at the Coronet Peak end. There's a little bit of a foot mark just in front of where Caitlin Blakey's standing. In fact, she's just about just to her left.
I'd be well and truly batting out of my crease so that no bowler could enter into that area. But yeah, it's the first thing that you look at. But it's, the ground staff here have done a fabulous job, haven't they? They've had so much cricket here over the last couple of weeks, and we're so fortunate to have a lot of great people working in cricket.
Blakely gets this one through. This will go all the way to the boundary. I think it's racing out behind point. It goes for 4. Blakely gets this half century. Kate Ibrahim will come down and congratulate her. Wonderful knock from the Maniatoto girl, Caitlin Blakely. That's a good effort. Nice shot too behind point, running away for 4. Blakely 53, and she's done that in good time as well. Those 6 boundaries off 74 deliveries, run rate of 71.6, or the strike rate of 71.6. That's more than acceptable in these conditions.
Well, it was a wide full toss, and when you get a wide full toss and you're sitting on 49, it's a little bit of a gift, isn't it? But you've still got to put it away, and she kept her eyes down on that ball and was able to hit it away as we finished the 28th over, 109 for 1.
End of the over for King. She finishes her 4th, under 14 for her. So 7 bowlers used so far by the Blaze. You said before this match, Joe, that you were predicting they'll probably use 7 bowlers and then work out which ones have performed well and who will bowl the whole 10, if any of them do. But imagine Zara Jetley definitely will, and I'd also imagine that Monika Singh will. She's already bowled 7. Jetley's only bowled 4, and into the attack, Kate Chandler for her second over.
You do see this a lot in the women's game, and in probably most teams across HBJ, where you're using 8 or 9 bowlers, and I think it just comes down to experience, it comes down to the situation of the game or the matchups that need to be looked at. I'll tell you what, it makes it very tough for captains. You know, I know we've had 3 captains through the season with Brooke Halliday coming and going. We've had Emma Richardson, obviously representing Ireland, and she's been coming and going as well, and Kate Anderson stepped in as well. So we've had the 3 captains, so it's very difficult for captains to be able to use so many bowlers, whereas I noticed yesterday in the Ford Trophy it was pretty much 5 bowlers per team, and that was their role for the day, and sometimes roles can get a bit clouded when you have a lot of bowlers.
It's wide down the leg side. Chandler will be just disappointed with that.
I think what you've got to do as a bowler is just make the most of the opportunities that you get. If you get 6 balls for the game, make it your best 6 balls.
This one right on the spot. Chandler.
Quite often, when you're bowling well, the captain's going to keep you on, aren't they?
Partnership now 96, so if you're inside that Sparks camp, I think your pulse rate would be relatively low at the moment. Lovely conditions, of course. COVID has prevented a crowd in here today. There's a sprinkling of families that have been dispersed and spread out around sections of the ground. A special dispensation to get in here. And leg by that on that one for Ibrahim. So she'll remain on 44. Blakely going on nicely on 54. The Sparks 113 for 1.
We're 1 boundary away to the 100 partnership.
And that doesn't happen too often. I know Ibrahim's got 96 as a higher score. You look at the competition this year, and in terms of the high scores that there's Maddie Green's got a century, Susie Bates has got a century, Katie Martin's got a century, Brooke Halliday's got a century, Lauren Downs got a century, but there hasn't been that many century partnerships. They've actually done a lot of those scoring by losing wickets or seeing wickets fall at the other end. So Jetley back into the attack for the Blaze. Only successful wicket taker so far with that early wicket of Bella James. Was caught behind.
We saw this a bit in the men's game yesterday, didn't we? Bowling from sort of both ends and swinging around and trying to find that end that's suitable for your bowlers.
Ball out to point, fielded, no run.
Generally, as a spinner, you're sort of coming into the breeze, aren't you? And faster bowlers are bowling with it, but there always has to be someone.
Very little breeze here today, or the sort of reverse sweep, the appeal. Umpire Corey Black unmoved.
First bit of innovation that we've seen, though, haven't we, from Blakely? She has been hitting out to cow and straight, and it was the first time she's tried to pull that out.
Just tucks this one under the inside for a quick single. She'll have to hurry, but she gets home safely. Well, they haven't had to take risks. That's been the critical aspect of this match. Maybe if they're looking for 250, they're going to have to do that. But at the moment, you'd say 200 plus will be achievable if they don't lose more wickets. But at what stage? At what stage, when you know that you've got 3 or 4 regular members of your team still to come, and 3 or 4 that are absolutely new to this environment in the mix, and at what stage do you say will increase the risks? That's what Kate Ibrahim and Caitlin Blakey will be talking about now. The 1 run off 100 run partnership.
Well, I don't think they have to do anything different than what they're actually doing, really. Just rotating the strike. There's lots of space out there. They're able to put the loose one away, which I think is really important, and that will just naturally accelerate their run rate for them.
So quick single, they'll have to hurry. Throw will go to the bowler's end and home safely as Chandler throw coming in, and the 100-run partnership comes up. Good partnership between Ibrahim and Blakely comes up of 153 balls in 87 minutes. And another quick single taken. Good running between the wickets. A throw from Beth Maloney. Puts her hands on her head after she threw it. Didn't miss by much. Here's Blakely again, just tucking the ball into the leg side. The runs are flowing nicely now. You get a sense that they're saying, let's take a run off every ball if we can. You just get a sense of a little bit more urgency in the batting.
Well, I always think when there's ones, there's generally 4s. And then the best thing after a 4 or a 6 is a 1.
It's a great philosophy. The only thing is that the ball's got to go to the boundary for the 4 as opposed to the 1. It only has to go about 10 metres.
Yeah, it's almost like a bit of a T20 now. There's 20 overs left. I think if they can get a minimum of 120, they'll end up on close to 240, and I think that'll be quite competitive.
Oh, the big shout. She's gone! Big shout for LBW, and on her way is Caitlin Blakey. Blakely gone, and the wicket has been taken by Chandler. The Blaze are happy. Blakely will be disappointed with herself. Out for 57. The partnership has been broken. 103-run partnership. Pitched up.
The Blaze are happy on 2 fronts here. One is that they get a drink, and the other one is that they send Blakely off to the boundary, which I'm sure they were working very hard to do. And it was really straight bowling here, probably right in front there. I think when you put your pad right in front of the stumps and you're not able to get your bat around, you're open to LBWs. And it was a good shout too. I think I've seen a lot of LBs when I've been looking through the pooch, and a lot of times, like, the girls don't go up with real loud appeals, and I know it's something that we've been working on at the Northern Brave. You know, girls, if it's hitting them on the pads and it's hit them in front, we've got to go up. We've got to ask the question, and that's exactly what the Wellington Blaze did there, and they've got their wicket.
Yeah, the hard work's been done by the batting pair, and just not able to kick on. Blakely will be pleased with her runs, won't be pleased by getting out in that manner. And Polly Ingles comes to the crease. Often she's been asked to open the batting. Highest score this year of 68. Average of 29. And the Blaze will be encouraged by that. Ingles often opens the batting with Susie Bates as the wicketkeeper. The over comes to a close, a successful one as well for Kate Chandler. And she has finished the over with figures of 1 for 12 off 3. So that partnership, you can just see how important it was. And I know I'm starting to almost repeat myself, but they won't want to lose another one now, Otago. The Blaze, on the other hand, if they can get one more, they'll be very, very satisfied. And that pendulum that I talked about, being right down the middle, I think will quite easily, or could quite easily swing in favour of the Blaze. But I guess the Sparks will be acutely aware now, none more so than Kate Ibrahim, of the role that she needs to play.
Well, she's just got to still keep going the way that she is. Maybe around the 40th over mark, if she's still there, then you might see a little bit more acceleration from her. But I think creating those ones and hitting the bad balls.
Jet Li into the attack. And Ingles tabs that one down to get off the mark. Former hockey player as well, talented sportswoman. Loaded up. No run. Short mid wicket doing the fielding.
When you're first building that partnership, it's a matter of trying to get your partner up the other end, and generally that's by hitting to the sweepers or hitting to the inner circle, just to the left or the right, and just I think Kate Ibrahim here needs to try and get Holly Inglis on strike as much as she can.
So a quick single. Ingles has a dive home safely. Throw wasn't quite as accurate as they would have liked from Olivia Boyven. And Ingles does the big dive but gets home safely. Jet Li into her 6th over. Loose on the leg side, but Ingles can't really put this one away. Just dabs it down behind square. And doing the fielding in there is Manika Singh.
And Ingles would have just sat on the sideline for 30 overs, padded up, ready, just about to come in.
Down the track, driving, can't get the ball through, fielded it mid-off, end of the over. Jet Li's over finishes, 1 for 16 off 6. This is an impressive bowling effort from the youngster, as you would expect though. She is highly talented, highly rated.
She's probably the one that bowls the majority of the overs with the likes of Devine and the Kerrs and Kasperwich. So she's probably someone that they'll be expecting 10 overs out of today, and she's started off beautifully.
What do? Do you keep her in the attack now and just try and get another wicket, and then that let the other ones mop up the tail?
I think that would be the strategy that I would go towards, the way she's bowling at the moment.
Ibrahim just getting a single, fielded out at cover by Rebecca Burns.
It's the 50 up for Kate Ibrahim.
Oh, good half century by Ibrahim. Yes, it is. 94 deliveries. Ingles driving into the offside, can't get the ball through. Yeah, that's a valuable innings. 96 was her highest score this year, as I mentioned earlier. She'll dearly love to add to that today. So what have you seen in the evolution of the women's game since you finished playing international cricket 20 years ago, Joe? Oh, a big appeal. Gone! Ingles gone. Chandler gets a second. And the Blaze are getting on top here at John Davies Oval. 123 for 3, 32 overs. And Ingles departs. LBW, bowled Chandler. And 2 wickets in the space of 2 overs has the Blaze on top. The Sparks rocked onto their heels, and how things can change so quickly.
This is great work by Chandler. I was just thinking, she's bowled some really well in partnership here, and Ingles just wasn't quite set, was she, just yet? And when you get those straight ones, you've either got to keep them out or try and work them square of the wicket, and unfortunately she wasn't able to get bat on that. And she's gone.
So, umpire Dempsey in the action in the last couple of overs. 2 LBWs. Ingles gone for 1. Following the departure of Caitlin Blakely for 57. And Chandler doing well, has the impressive figures now of 2 for 13. And coming to the wicket is Saffron Wilson. Oh, Kate Ibrahim went out and met it. Would have had a good long chat, and I think she would have said something like, keep your head down, don't get yourself out, don't take any risks, and get yourself set. Is that the script, Joe?
Well, yeah, I think the other thing I'll throw in there is she potentially would have said, hey, these are your strengths, let's make sure we stick to them. Because the last thing you want is people going outside of what they know and just sticking to their processes. So, just trying to keep it really positive and be able to, and I'm sure she would have said, get me on strike as well. Probably would have thrown that one in there.
Yeah, a couple of good defensive shots. Initially, good over from Kate Chandler comes to an end. 4 overs from her, 2 for 13. Her figures. And the Sparks now, after 33 overs, 123 for 3. You're talking about the evolution of the women's game. You had a bit of a smile on your face when I asked the question. So what has happened in the last 20 years from your observations after you finished playing international cricket?
Oh, look, from uniforms to hairstyles to even wickets, even grounds that we played on. We weren't on the top level fields even, and that has changed. The money in the game, the promotion of the game. The T20 format wasn't around when I played as well. There's just...
Gently to Ibrahim, just losing her balance.
Yes.
Fadgen looking to take the veils off quickly, but Ibrahim's back foot was firmly planted behind the crease.
Yeah, so much has changed on and off the field. Even from a fitness point of view, like there's less people having to work and play cricket, even though there still is in a lot of countries. Yeah, and so it's been exciting to watch that, and also to still be a part of the game as well. After I finished playing, I went straight pretty much into coaching, where I come from in South Australia, then went to Queensland, New South Wales, and now New Zealand. So just enjoying the ride.
Talk about the hairstyles that are changing. What's changed?
Gone from the mullets and the perms to longer hair, I've got to say. There's a lot of players that have longer hair, and sometimes you can define people by the colour of their hair or how long their hair is on the field, but it's very difficult to pick players out. Thank goodness they've got numbers on the back.
That wasn't always the case either, with numbers on the back. Quick single taken by Ibrahim.
I think the biggest move for me for the women's game is being on television, TV, whether it's free to air or whether it's paid TV, the fact that it's actually on TV so people can actually see the product. And it is a different game to the male game, and that's fine. We're all still playing cricket, yes, but there's a lot of differences. The balls sizes are even different, 142 to 156. Our boundary sizes are a little bit different. The wickets are the same. So there's a lot of similarities, but there's a lot of points of difference as well.
We'll have to share the story that we experienced before the start of the match. We were standing out on the wicket block, and at the Coronet peak end, which is where Zara Jetley is bowling from right now, to Saffron Wilson. Craig Cumming, the Otago Sparks coach, came over and said, I think this ball would fit between the two stumps. And the stumps, so he got the ball, put the ball between the two stumps, and it cleared it by about 2 millimetres on either side. So you had to go and have a chat to the match referee and said, Mr. Hayward, what's going on here? I think the stump isn't quite right. And sure enough, they had to correct it. It would have been interesting if that hadn't have been pointed out by you, Joe, in the sense that if a ball had went through there today, I said to Craig, just wait until after the team's batted and change it in between innings. But fair play came into the sport.
Well, I think it does happen a little bit with the stump sometimes the markers that go in for the men's game compared to the women's are slightly different because of the ball size. So you do have to be careful with that. I think Craig was the one that spotted it, but having been an umpire, it's difficult getting those things in sometimes. You definitely need a hammer in Australia anyway. Might be a little bit looser here.
Chandler continues down the leg side, and that'll be called a wide.
I think the thing that has been different in the women's game is there's not as many test matches, obviously. When I played 10 test matches in 12 years.
Another one down the leg side, so just losing a little bit of shape here, Kate Chandler.
Yeah, and I think in the women's game, the test match isn't seen as exciting or marketable as the T20 game is. However, I think it's an important part of the game. And I know countries like in England and Australia and India are now starting to play more test match cricket. And the last test cap player for New Zealand was actually Rebecca Rolls.
And that was back in 2003, was it? Around about then.
It's about 15 years ago,
Yeah.
so it's been a long time for, when you think Susie Bates and Sophie Devine haven't had the honour of playing in a test match.
I saw one recently across the Tasman between Australia and England. And it proves what an exciting finish it could still result in. So why is that? Why is there not more women's Test cricketers? Chandler continues to Saffron Wilson, who up until now has looked very safe, just wanting to go forward with that defensive stroke. There's an attacking shot which he just missed, and probably a little bit close to it to play that shot.
Yeah, I think there's a number of reasons why the test matches sort of seem to have gone off the radar a little bit. I think T20 cricket became this marketable product that you could put on TV, so you can kind of understand it. I think, well done on Australia and England, who played multi-formats, which I really love. Like, you don't see that in the men's game, and that multi-format is 3 T20s, 3 ODIs and a test match, and there's a point system that goes across those 3 formats, and that's how you need to be able to win the series. Now, Australia and England don't play longer forms of the game, so they play this one-off test match on the back of just games that they'll be playing internally at their camps when they come together. So I think it's a matter of just making the most of it. I think, at some point, countries are going to get behind if they're not involved with it, because you've got 3 female countries that are invested in playing those test matches in that multi-format.
Jetley into her 8th over. Scoring rate has dried up somewhat here. Only 15 runs off the last 6 overs. That's what the loss of a couple of quick wickets does to the scoring rate. Ibrahim just looks for the single, and she drives this one out to mid-wicket.
I also think from a coaching point of view, to develop players, you want to give them time in the middle. And I'm not suggesting that the women need to play 4-day cricket. But I think, from a training point of view, we used to play 2-day cricket, and it was just...
Wilson gets this one away on the offside. Won't make it to the boundary. It'll be dragged in about 3 metres short and coming back for 2. So Saffron Wilson off the mark. Pleased about that, having faced 10 balls previously. A little bit eerily. This time looks to just flick this one on the leg side. They'll race through for a quick single. And umpire back signals a wide.
Yeah, from a coaching point of view, you want your players out there for lengths of time. That's where you learn how to play the game.
We talked about the extras. 14 extras so far. And Jetley finishes her 8th over. So you talked about her being potentially bowled out by her captain, Diana Doughty. It's a call to make, and I think that's probably the right one with the Otago Sparks just faltering in their run rate a little here now.
And that's what wickets can do, can't they? And we saw Blakely able to find the boundary, and it's been a long time between boundaries, and this partnership's slowly building. It's 11 off 20 at the moment, but they'll want to get a little bit of a wriggle on with only 14 overs left in the game.
Doughty coming back into the attack. None for 21 off 4 overs for her so far. What was your favourite cricketing experience? The double century against England?
I think it was the World Cup win in front of 70,000 people at Eden Gardens. Well, it was actually women and girls only. Males were not allowed
into the ground.
Venue,
yeah.
And it was just an amazing experience.
Down the leg side, and good shot by Ibrahim. Ball goes all the way to the boundary. Thought it was not going to get there. Hard to know how quick this outfield is because we haven't seen too many shots go towards the boundary today, and the ones that have really been hit with some force, mostly by Caitlin Blakely, who got 6. That's only the 8th boundary of the innings.
Well, every time we talk about a 4, a 4 comes. So I think we're controlling it here, Paul. We were just talking about boundaries not flourishing, and all of a sudden a loose ball comes and there's one.
Doughty floats this one up, and onto the back foot goes Ibrahim out to the deep cover and fielded by Rebecca Burns.
And I think that's the tactic there. If she bowled, that was quite a full ball, and Ibrahim felt comfortable going back. But take the one run where the sweeper's at. You can either come down to it, which is a little bit risky for fear of potentially stumpings, but to go deep in your crease and be able to get the one, smart cricket.
Oh, big shout. The appeal. Umpire Dempsey unmoved. Well, it's been a big appeal. The Blaze all went up in unison.
And they look a little bit disappointed, don't they? They obviously heard something.
Down the leg side and just glancing that one away. Fielded down there at fine leg by Olivia Boyben, and just a single for Saffron Wilson. So we've made these predictions all the way through, so let's not stop it now. Let's talk about the 40 over mark, which is just over 3 overs away, and no run on this occasion as Ibrahim took off very quickly, but coming in and sprinting into the ball almost was Natasha Kadaya. Just onto the back foot, cutting away to point, fielded out there by Rebecca Burns, so just a single.
I think you'd be looking for around 160 at the 40th over mark, and then I think Ibrahim, if she's still there, then needs to make the decision whether it's time to go and just up that run rate a little bit.
And see if maybe you can get 60 off the last 10 for a total of around 220. Okay, well, let's see how that pans out the end of the over. 37 gone, 142 for 3. If you've just joined us, first wicket fell after the 4th over. It was in the 4th over when Bella James went 1 for 16. She was caught. McFadden bowled Jetley for 4, and a lovely partnership between Kate Ibrahim and Caitlin Blakely took the score along to 119 before Blakely was LBW to Kate Chandler, and then Polly Ingalls came and went very quickly. Another LBW victim to Chandler for 1. That wicket fell at 123, and these two have put on 19 for the 4th wicket. Interesting to know who comes out next for the Sparks. possibly Eden Carson. Maybe Paige Loganberg, who's a local here in Queenstown, went to Wakatipu High School. Change in the bowling attack as back into the attack comes Manika Singh.
This partnership's building quite nicely when you look at it. It's 19 off 26 balls, so they've been able to rotate the strike. I think there's only been 1-4 hit in that partnership as well, so there's been a lot of singles.
Strikes this one nicely. Ibrahim will sweep that one away to the boundary for 4. Well, there you go, you talked about the boundaries. There's another one that's come right on cue. And yeah, it's a good point you made, because it hasn't really looked like it's been that productive, this partnership. It looked very defensive, as Saffron Wilson taking a bit of time to settle in, just scoring 2 off 13, but Ibrahim's kept that runs flowing at the other end, and Singh just straying down leg side on that occasion. And again, just tucked down, but no run on this occasion, as it's nicely fielded by Kate Chandler, who's been the most successful wicket taker so far. 2 for 16 for Chandler off her 5 overs. So wouldn't be surprised to see her being rewarded with a few more yet.
It's interesting because normally with Divine and the 2 Kerrs, Manika Singh normally bowls out her 10 overs in a spell. So she's getting the 2 spells today, so that's something a little bit different for her.
Into her 8th over at the moment, none for 29. She's bowled 4 wides, and we talked about the wides earlier. There's now 16 wides conceded.
I think Otago Sparks here just need to have one more partnership, don't they, just to creep over that 200 mark.
Bit of room outside the off stump and cut away for just a single for Ibrahim, who's captaining the Otago team today.
Yeah, and it's a good start. It's a good build, isn't it, for this next partnership that probably has to be around 50 or 60 for me, or maybe a couple of 30s at the back end.
Well, you wouldn't discount Ibrahim getting to 100 today. I think that last time I made that prediction here, it was about Amelia Kerr, saying whether she'll get to 100, and I asked you that same question, and you said that's a bold prediction to make when she was on about 30. Well, she ended up getting to the 3 figures. And the second drinks break here at the John Davies Oval in Queenstown. It's 147 for 3, 38 overs gone. Otago batting first, winning the toss and deciding to bat against the Blaze in the Halliburton Johnson Shield final, 147 for 3. play to resume after the drinks break. And continuing to bowl from the Remarkables end is the Blaze captain, Diana Doty. And Ibrahim will get a single just out to square leg, who's positioned about 10 metres in from the boundary.
Doherty won't mind that. That was going in, crashing into the stumps if she's not hitting it. So the fact that it's an easy single out to the sweeper, but it's good bowling, just attacking the stumps, keeping it full.
Wilson swings this way on the leg side, looks for the two. They're going to come back. Wilson will have to hurry. He's going to the bowler's end. Good running from Ibrahim. She was the one that was running to the danger end, and I thought that the throw might go to the keeper's end, but because Saffron Wilson was battling to get back down, but the throw came in and Ibrahim very quick between wickets, gets the two. In the air, over the top, this running away towards the boundary, and it gets to the boundary rope. Good shot from Saffron Wilson. That's the way that the Otago Sparks would have liked to have resumed after the drinks break, and Wilson gets her first boundary of the innings, and the 150 runs were up a few moments ago, so 154 for 3.
What a lovely shot that was down the ground as well, just getting over the inner circle and one bounce and travelling into the boundary for 4. It was a very good shot, good feet, nice and steady when she was hitting.
Well, she's taken time to get herself in, Saffron Wilson. And there's one on the leg side in the air as well, underneath it, and over the top, and it'll go across the boundary. Underneath it was Caitlin King. Looked like she was going to steady herself and take the ball, and then she came racing in, and it almost went over and out of the reach of her arms and across the boundary for 4. So 2 boundaries in 3 balls for Saffron Wilson, and the Blaze have conceded some runs in that first over after the drinks break. 11 runs conceded, the perfect start for the Sparks to resume play.
Well, she was off the boundary to start with, and then when it went up, I actually thought, that's actually going to go straight down her throat, and then she came screaming in, didn't she? And then had to backtrack and overran it. It's just, and we talked about this a lot in a lot of the games that have been played here with the mountains all around, and sometimes the perception that you see the ball coming in is affected by the mountains, and potentially that's what's happened here.
Well, as soon as the ball went in the air, it looked like it was going to be taken safely, just back foot of square, and just misjudged from Caitlin King.
But this is a good move from Wilson. So obviously, they realise that they need to get at least 200, 220 on the board. So, she's making a stance a little bit. Well, I'm going to swing.
So, Anika Singh now has coming around the wicket to Ibrahim.
Probably just trying to cramp her up here, and she's got boundary riders on that onside, right where that ball's gone. So she's definitely got protection. So probably to eliminate 4s and just get her off strike and see if they can get a wicket here with Wilson, who's really exploded, hasn't she? She's going down the ground and moving her feet and having a good look around. She just looks a little bit more positive in her approach than when she first came out.
Well, it's still an attacking field. Only one fielder outside of the boundary rope, even though they're allowed 4. So, and now you're getting the fine leg just moving back, and Kate Chandler going back from her position in fine leg almost within 10 metres of the boundary. Saffron Wilson tries to dig this one out up to mid-on, no run.
I think Kate Ibrahim there was just pointing out the fielder's gone down, take the one. No, she's decided to go through backward point.
Well, it was in the air, and going out towards the boundary looked like it may have been a good save. They're going to try and run 3 here, and they have. Good running from the Otago Sparks, and a desperate save on the boundary behind point.
I just get this feeling, like you said before, Paul, they're just throwing to the wrong end. They're throwing Ibrahim's end, and I think if they had have had a relay set up there, they potentially could have gone to the bowler's end, because Kate Ibrahim was almost lapping Wilson then.
Now you've got long on, move back to the boundary. You've got deep point on the boundary and a deepish fine leg. So Ibrahim pulls this one on the leg side out to square, and having to scramble around and do some very good fielding is Kate Chandler.
Surprised a little bit to see the fielders so far off the boundary. They're sort of in between the 23-metre circle and the 60-metre boundary there, and that one almost went past her then.
Saffron Wilson drives into the offside, but nice stop. It should cover by Olivia Boyven, and the over comes to an end. 40 overs gone, 163 for 3, and Joe Broadbent said at 40 overs I'm predicting a score of around 160. So let's do the maths from here. A runner ball takes them to 223. I think that's the target they need to aim for.
I think that's the minimum target, isn't it, that they need to aim for. And there's a few little Manhattans there, isn't there? One that went over 10.
Well, the good thing about this is that this partnership is built quite nicely. 123 was when the last wicket fell. They've added 40 runs in this partnership, and they've done it in reasonably good time. The last wicket falling 32.4 overs. So 7 overs and 2 balls, as Ibrahim gets another one behind square. And they'll look for an overthrow as well. Untidy stuff from the Blaze, and they'll come back for 2. So Ibrahim will move along into the 70s.
Yeah, normally you see a little bit of movement off the ball, and there was a lot of Wellington Blaze players just standing there then when that throw came in, and there was at least 3 that could have been the backup for that throw, so it's a little bit untidy.
Quick run here. Saffron will have to go. That'll be quick. Looked like she's gone. She has. She's been run out. It was a quick short single that was asked for, and Saffron Wilson, running down to the danger end, was not able to make it in time, and she has been run out for 15. The 4th wicket fall, and it is 165 for 4, just when the Sparks were getting some momentum. Disaster strikes, and Wilson out from good fielding out at just in front of point. And Ibrahim asked for the quick single, and Wilson not able to get down to the other end in time.
Well, we talked about it before, didn't we, that they needed to go Wilson's end, and that particular time they didn't. She fell short of her ground and had to put the umpire under pressure, because, of course, we don't have any TV reviews today. So it's always a little bit scarier for umpires having to make that decision. But I think clearly, to me, that looked out, and it was a good throw to Jess McFadden, and unfortunately Wilson's on her way.
So coming out for the Sparks is Marina Lamplow. She will be asked to take strike. Bowling is Doughty. So the running between the wickets up until now has been very good. Oh, reverse sweep on the first ball. Doesn't really make as clean a contact as she would like. She'll come back for 2. Again, this will be close. They'll go up again. Umpire says they're home safely. Oh, tell you what, Corey Black's getting some work to do at the square leg umpire. And opening shot the reverse sweep, and then coming back to the danger end for 2. Live in the dangerous lane, why not?
I think everyone was shocked with that, even the fielder, and just that spin that happened sort of behind point there. Almost got the fielder.
She's done it again, and bowled. Well, she won't die wondering. Oh, the second ball. And Lamplow has gone. I don't know whether she came out with the deliberate instructions to reverse sweep and take every shot on, but that's what she's done. And she has gone. Bowled by Doherty for 2. And the Sparks are crumbling now. 167 for 5.
I think not a bad shot considering that the field were up on that side. So if she gets a hold of that, it was probably going to the boundary for 4. And I suppose, in the last 10 overs of a game, that's exactly what you want your lower order to be able to do, back themselves. It's obviously a strength. You don't do that twice in a row if it's something that you haven't practiced. So I'm sure she's practiced that shot a lot. It just didn't execute it on both occasions. And unfortunately, her innings was short-lived.
Do you do it on your first ball and then your second ball, though? I mean, you might have practiced it in the nets regularly, but wouldn't you take a sighter?
Some players don't need the sighter, and I suppose they're doing the team thing, aren't they, those types of players? They're not using up too many balls, and they're trying to get as many runs for the team as opposed to potentially thinking about themselves when they do. When I see things like that, I just think team. That orientates around team player.
Paige Loganberg, member of the new Otago under-19 team, in to face up to the first ball, and the Blaze will have their tails in the air now because they've got some quick wickets.
That was the complete opposite then, Paul. That was more back to Test match cricket with a block.
Well, she's familiar with these grounds. She grew up in this area, and as Paige Loganberg, first year university student at the moment. End of the 41st over, 167 for 5. How often have we talked about the important role that Kate Ibrahim now needs to play? We've said it after the first wicket, we said it after the second, we've said it after the third. She keeps on remaining out there in the middle, the experienced head, the player that's had international experience, and it stands out like a beacon, the 70 runs along with the 57 that Caitlin Blakely scored.
Yeah, with Kate Ibrahim, she'll want to face as many of these balls as possible, and that's a hard thing to do. She's got 9 overs to do that, and she needs to get the strike as much as she can. Not saying anything about Loganberg at the other end, but the more Kate Ibrahim faces, the more runs the Otago Sparks are going to get.
Sing into a final over now, none for 35 off her opening 9. Jetley still got 2 overs remaining, 1 for 24 for Zara Jetley. Bowling figures of the innings so far, Kate Chandler, 5 overs, 2 for 16. And gets this one past backward point. Goes to fielder on the boundary for a single for Ibrahim.
She's being nice. She's giving her some strikes. She's giving her some balls to face. So the plan now is to be looking at where your sweepers are and just getting some bat on and getting up the other end and getting Kate Ibrahim back on strike.
Singh in once more, and an edge from Loganberg gets her off the mark. A little bit of a misfield behind point by Zara Jetley. Just couldn't quite take the ball in cleanly. Well, I think you've got to rely on your partner at the other end. You can't just say, look, I'm going to face 5 balls in an over. You know, at this stage of the innings with less than 9 overs to go, you've got to say, look, I'll take the single if it's on offer, and can't get the ball through on this occasion. So
I think this is where Kate Ibrahim needs to be looking for space and potentially getting 2s out to a sweeper as opposed to the 1, and trying to manufacture that so that she does face as much as she can.
you've got a square leg that's outside of the circle, you've got a deep point outside of the circle, and you've got a long on outside of the circle, and then a fine leg about 15 metres in from the boundary rope of the 4 fielders out at the moment.
Only just outside that inner circle, aren't they?
Loganberg faces up, strikes us out to point gently there, no run. You got the 40 over prediction. 42 overs gone, 170 for 5. It's that big partnership between Blakely and Ibrahim that set a wonderful platform. But you look at the bowling figures, and Chandler 2 for 16 and Jetley 1 for 24 have probably been the pick of the bowlers. None of them have really been taken to. The most expensive is the captain, Diana Doughty. And she will continue on into her 8th over now.
Just get that sense we need another 30-run partnership here for Otago.
So this one is pulled away to square leg on the boundary. Just a single for Ibrahim. We talk about a century, and 27 runs short at the moment. A competitive total of around that 220 mark to set the blaze. She just about need to do that. This is a good pull shot from Loganberg, and she's pulled it all the way over the boundary. Lovely shot from Paige Loganberg. She gets her first boundary, and that will give her enormous confidence.
This is the downside of having the fielders probably a fair way off the boundary here, and that's just travelled past those fielders. Had they have been on the boundary, that probably would have been 1, maybe 2.
They're still about 10 metres in from the boundary rope on the leg side at square leg, mid wicket, and deep cover. And you've got a fielder at short cover as well, in the form of Tash Kadaya, who fielded the ball on that occasion.
I just think dots and ones are what they need. So put those people back on the boundary, especially the ones on the onside.
Loganberg sweeps again, and this one here just bobbles into the offside. Quick single, and gets home safely. She had to scamper though.
Quite an interesting shot. At first I thought that had gone to the onside, and it ended up spraying out there to the point. I think she almost had to go around in a circle to see where that actually went, but they snuck through for a single.
So Ibrahim just sweeps again just behind square, and the fielder out on the leg side, Kate Chandler fields.
Well, Ibrahim's got a lot of faith in Loganberg, hasn't she? She's giving her the strike.
Ooh, just a little uppishly on that occasion. She looks like she's got the power and the strength that can swing, but she's not going to stay out there and block all day. You get that sense at the end of the 43rd over. 177 for 5, Otago. Winning the toss and batting first. 7 overs remaining before the Otago Sparks set the blaze. A total to chase down to win the Halliburton Johnson Trophy.
And it was 7 off that over with sort of minimal risk, really, wasn't it? Ibrahim just swept a couple out to the sweepers, and 7 runs and over for the last 7 overs. That's close to another 50 runs, and that's probably what they're looking for.
You look at how these two teams got to the final, and the Wellington Blaze are unbeaten, but they've had 10 matches, but 5 have been no results because of weather conditions. And Otago have had 10 matches, and they've had 5 no results as well. Your Northern Districts team, Joe, has had 10 matches and 3 no results. So it's been a disruptive season for all the teams in this competition. Ibrahim just gets that ball out to deep cover for the single.
I think the great thing about this season is that we've actually had a competition. I think at the start you're always a little bit worried. We're all in lockdown, or Auckland, probably pretty much the North Island was shut down apart from Wellington. So CD were affected, ND were affected, and obviously Auckland were affected.
Caitlin King back into the attack for her 5th over. Currently her figures are none for 14.
The fact that we've actually had games and we've got on the park, and that's exactly what we want to be able to do to develop the next generation of White Ferns players. This competition in particular, the 50 over, is such an important piece of that, and to get a season in, albeit a little bit restricted with the amount of games we've played, it's been great.
Loganberg just tries to get this one away outside the off stump, can't do so. You get the impression with Paige Loganberg that if she gets onto these, she's prepared to play her shots. And I just wonder whether Kate Ibrahim said, look, see if you can stay around for another couple of overs. Wellington looking for their first win of the Halliburton-Johnson since the 2003-2004 season. This is a good strike from Loganberg, but she's going to have to scamper. Gets through safely. You just get a sense that the risk-taking level has increased somewhat.
Well, you see that a lot in the women's game, where you hit to the drive and run, and you actually put that fielder under pressure. You're quick between the wickets. Loganberg, she's quite tall, so maybe less steps to get down the other end, and she made it reasonably comfortable.
Rebecca Burns at the mid-on position, fielded the previous one. This one just squirts out on the offside, and just a single. Fielding out there is Beth Maloney, out on that upper boundary. So you've got deep third man, deep cover, and a square leg that's about 15 metres in from the boundary. As in comes King once more. Driven this time by Loganberg, and again the shy at the stumps, and it's gone. Loganberg has been run out. The throw accurate from Rebecca Burns, the second run out in the Sparks innings, and the next wicket falls. It is Loganberg who has been run out. And the Otago team, well, they'll be disappointed with that. We just talked about these quick runs, and it was a direct hit. Wasn't much in it, but again, the umpire at the far end of the ground, in the form of Corey Black, had no hesitation in raising his finger, and Eden Carson will come to the wicket with the demise of Paige Loganberg.
I really felt for Loganberg here, because I feel like King actually got a little bit in her way. You could sort of see that King started to go back, and Loganberg didn't know whether to go in front of her or behind her, and that time that she had to do that, she was caught short from her ground purely because she had to do a left-right, which is a little bit unfortunate, because fielders do get the right away, but when you're backing up like that, it's a little bit of an interesting one. That I think that's where a lot of times you've got the bat in your hand, run in your straight line, and get to that line as quick as you can. Not anybody in the road gets knocked over type thing, but try and get the straight line to where you need to be to get in.
So coming to the wicket is Eden Carson, more renowned as a spin bowler than a batter, but we know that she can score some runs. She's capable of scoring runs. Highest score this year, though, she's had very little opportunity to bat. Highest score has been 18. She's only had 3 turns at bat in the whole season, 1 not out. And I'm sure she'll be listening exactly to what Kate Ibrahim has told her. Ibrahim, we talked about needing to be there at the end and carrying a bat. Well, at the moment, unless she takes some undue risks, that's a very likely possibility. 180 for 6. Well,
safe to say, if she gets her highest score of 18, so say around 20, then they will end up on 220.
So Kate Chandler back into the attack. Been impressive so far in her previous 5 overs, 2 for 16. Swing from Carson, but can't connect. So it doesn't look like she's been told to take the defensive anchor roll and go for singles, which I thought she might have said, look, just get me on strike.
Well, those sweepers are out on the onside, so she cleared the front leg there, so we know where she's going.
Oh. Well, explain that one to me, Joe. That was sort of like, oh, let's do the splits and see if I can get the bat on it somehow.
I think her legs actually got in the way of that shot, to be fair, and she couldn't quite get the bat in the position because that's where her legs were.
Charlotte in once more. Yeah, I was going to say, I can't find the textbook with that shot in it. Eden Carson and now Kate Ibrahim will come down the wicket and just have a chat.
Natalie Siver is the master of that shot because she normally slams down on the ball and it goes out to square leg.
Carson not really moving her feet, disappointed with herself, not able to catch up on the ball either. Yeah, she just looks all at sea at the moment.
It's almost like bouncing too much for her. She's not able to get it in the sweet spot at the bat at the moment and just struggling with her feet.
Yeah, not much footwork on that occasion down the leg side. That'll be a wide.
It's the one thing, isn't it, when you come out to bat, you quite often see, I know Elise Perry was big on this, she would always get up when she was next in to bat and be moving her feet and getting her feet ready and just a little bit of, I suppose your hand-eye coordination, get your feet going. So when you go out there, your feet are ready.
So she gets this one into the offside for a single, and doing the fielding is Rebecca Burns. Carson off the mark, the end of the 45th over, 182 for 6. And good figures for Chandler, finishing her 6th over, 2 for 17.
Wellington won't mind that single then because it brings Eden Carson on strike, and I think they'll want to bowl as many of these balls to her as they possibly can.
Well, Monika Singh has bowled out, none for 38 off her 10. Jet Li's got 2 to go, 1 for 24. So we know that's 2 of the 5 overs that are going to be bowled. And you'd almost think that Chandler, if she keeps going like she is, she might bowl out at the other end, so you'll have... But here's King, continuing, and Carson gets this one away nicely, just in front of square for the single. That's exactly what she has to do. And brings Ibrahim onto strike. Well, that century we talked about might be a bit of a challenge now. 24 short. 5 overs to go, or just under. No way through, quickly in. Doing the fielding is Chandler.
Yeah, I'd like to see Ibrahim just do a little bit more than just dab now. I think with less than 5 overs to go, I think she really needs to sort of take charge here and potentially go down the ground or through the cover area.
No way through. In fact, it was Jet Li out there at the backward point. Well, Jet Li's got 2. I mentioned Maloney's got 5 if they need to bring her back. Kadaya's got 3, who's been very economical. King, once more, now a big swing. Lovely shot from Ibrahim. This will go all the way to the boundary. Well, you talked about it, Joe. You said that she... Oh, sorry, Carson, the big swing from Carson. Yeah, you talked about they've got to take the shots, and Carson, on this occasion, the big swing out through cow corner, through mid-wicket, and got hold of it. Well, that's what they have to do now. Even though they are 6 wickets down, you've got just over 4 overs remaining, and Eden Carson, another Mania Toto girl, hails from the same area as what Caitlin Blakely does in Central Otago. Another swing, this time behind point, running away. It'll be cut off, though, because that's an area that's been well patrolled. Coming back for two. Carson scoots back safely for the double.
Yeah, this is great by Carson. I'm sure Craig Cummins will be clapping madly with this little effort already with 8 runs off 5 balls. I just really feel that Ibrahim needs, if they're both going at the same time, then...
Carson has another big swing, just pulls this one behind square, and only the single on this occasion. And coming in to do the fielding was Kate Chandler. Just a single taken. Carson will retain the strike. And 46 gone, 191 for 6. So a productive over on that one with 9 runs being taken off it.
Maybe it's Eden Carson they need on strike. Batting like that, I suppose you just come out, you've got no fear really. There still is batters in the shed, so you can actually play your shots here.
Yeah, not a lot of experience. Sophie Aldershaw has played at this level a fair bit. And there's the end of Carson. One too many big shots and clean bowled.
Just really gave herself too much room there, didn't she? And it was a great delivery. It was like almost like what you would call a Yorker, and she wasn't able to get any bat on that, unfortunately. I think, yeah, she got her leg out of the way, but just wasn't able to hit it.
Chandler picks up a third. This is an outstanding bowling effort from her this afternoon. And Carson departs for 9, bowled by Kate Chandler. And the 7th wicket falls for the Otago Sparks. 191 for 7. Less than 4 overs to go. And coming out to bat now is Emma Black. 4th highest wicket taker in this competition with 10 wickets. What does Kate Ibrahim say to her? Get a single, get me on strike.
Or potentially just hit it for yourself.
You don't really want to not bat out your 50 overs. That's the one thing that is almost like saying we haven't maximised the opportunity. Black not able to get this one away. Fielded in there by Jetley once more.
You certainly have to come out with an intent to score, though, don't you? No matter where you bat in the game, you want to be looking to search for singles.
Loose down the leg side. Yeah, well, the 3rd highest score now is extras. 77 from Ibrahim, 57 from Blakely, and the extras now up to 19. Of those, 17 have been wides. It's almost an extra 3 overs you have to bowl as well. Chandler in the air, way to the boundary. This could run all the way. It's going to hold up about 3 metres short of the boundary rope, and the batters will come back for 2. So Black off the mark. Just getting that sort of top edge, flying away into that slips cauldron.
Well, that's what she needs to do. Like, you want to be able to show some intent. So the way to do that is swing the bat.
Yeah, she get down the wicket, driving. Chandler off her own fielding, doing some good work. Saying, just stay back in your crease, please, Emma Black.
It's great bowling, actually, because you know, yes, you might get a few blocks, but you know that they're going to try and swing hard too. So you really got to get your line and length right here.
Well, we can't get this one through the field. Got hold of it, Emma Black, but not able to pierce the field. So the over comes to an end. We've had 47 gone. 194 for 7. Ibrahim will take strike. So I'd imagine we'll see Jetley back into the attack. And that's exactly what is going to happen. She's got 2 overs to go. Chandler may be rewarded with another. 3 for 21 for Chandler. Jetley 8 overs, 1 for 24.
It's great experience for Jetley, isn't it, to bowl out here. Obviously a Jess Kerr or a Sophie Devine would normally be coming in and closing their innings off, but I think this is really good experience for her, especially to Kate Ibrahim, who's in the 70s and she's been out there for almost 130 balls. It's a real challenge for her.
Pitches this one up. And you get a single as it goes out to deep cover, just in front of square, and brings Emma Black in onto strike. So Ibrahim up to 78. It's been a patient and very safe knock from the Otago captain. Black down the wicket driving, and we'll just get a single out to mid-on. And again out there is Rebecca Burns. They say catches win matches. I just get a sense today that every chance that the Otago team get offered, they will need to take. Black running down from the non-striker's end as Ibrahim couldn't catch up with this one.
That was a loose ball. That's the one that you want to be able to put away there. There's a 45 up inside the circle, but you get a good piece of that and you've probably got 4 runs.
You'll be disappointed. Jetley this time. Ibrahim drives into the offside, can't pierce the field, just gets the single.
That's the shot for me. I think that's there for her to be able to hit a 4 through there and retain the strike. It's the singles, whilst they're good and they're chipping away, without her on strike, they're not going to get as many runs.
Good fielding from Olivia Boyman then, as Black just sweeps this one behind square. Will only get a single, and coming round to do the fielding is Caitlin King. Brings Ibrahim back onto strike. 199 for 7. This is swung high and over long off, and that'll go all the way to the boundary. Lovely shot on this occasion, and that's just what the Otago Sparks needed from Ibrahim. She came down the wicket, swung through the line of the ball and hit a beautiful clean shot over mid-off, and it takes her score now to 83. That's her fourth boundary only of the innings. Pulls this one on the leg side. Will run quickly, looking for 2. Coming round, trying to get the ball in very quickly is Caitlin King, and prevents the second run. But the strike will be retained by Ibrahim on 84 now. 204 for 7. The 200 up. And I think Otago will be, I'd say, satisfied. I wouldn't say happy, certainly not delighted, but satisfied that they've got to the 200 mark. They've still got wickets in hand if they need them to sort of wildly swing at the ball in the last 2. And Ibrahim now will be just talking through the tactics, saying, leave it to me, look for the runs when they're on offer, and we'll see if we can get up around that 220 mark.
Well, Ibrahim did exactly what I would have wanted her to do in that last over, and that was to hit a boundary and then get a single off the last ball to retain the strike, and that's exactly what she did, and that's what she's got to do. Just move her feet, play her shots. The down the ground is on. Both drives are up, and she played that shot beautifully.
Well, it was 10 runs off that over. It's Chandler in. Ibrahim stands and strikes and whacks this one down the ground for 4. Oh, this is what the Sparks needed for the flourish to finish. Ibrahim moves to 88.
We talked about her doing this at the 40th over, but she's decided to do it late in the game in the 47th. And you can kind of understand with the wickets that are tumbling at the other end, but this is exactly what a top-level batter can actually do is be able to manipulate the field now, and she's pushed that fielder back, so she's going to have to look for somewhere else to get her boundary here.
You've got a deep mid-wicket on the boundary or 5 metres in, long on, square leg on the boundary and deep cover. The other 4 fielders outside of the mandatory ring. Chandler to Ibrahim, who tucks this one down to long on just for the single. Now, she'll be saying to Emma Black, get me back on strike.
Well, the fact that she's got 5 off 2, it releases a little bit of pressure for Black. But you're exactly right. Like, Black just needs to get her back on strike, and then it's 6 off 3, and Ibrahim has 3 more deliveries to get score off.
Down the wicket, big strike from Black, but again, she's going to pick out the fielder at long on, and that is Beth Maloney. Just a single, but she's done her work. That's what was needed. 6 off the opening 3 deliveries.
I think they've just decided this tactic a little bit too late for me. I feel this could have come maybe in the 44th even. I did say 40, but...
Did they have the wickets in hand at that stage? And did you want to risk your captain? I guess that's the big question mark, as Ibrahim takes another one out to Burns. Cover boundary.
Maybe she's seen the 100 in
Here's Black down the wicket once more, swinging over the top, in the air, going to bounce and drop safely. We'll get the single. Maloney comes in but couldn't get the ball in time at the long on boundary, so another single. Runs flowing in this over, 8 so far off the opening 5 balls, 10 off the last over. 7 balls remaining in the innings. Ibrahim cuts and again fielded in the covers, just the single to finish. So good over for Otago, 9 off that, 10 off the previous one, 213 for 7, 1 over remaining.
Well, if Kate Ibrahim gets a 100 here, they'll get their minimum, which is around the 220 mark, just over. So I think that'll be a good result for the Otago Sparks. I think they'll be happy to go in at lunchtime with 220 on the board.
Well, Ibrahim's highest score so far in this competition is 96, not out. So she could well be stranded in the 90s once more, as it will be Jetley to bowl the final over of the Blaze innings. And Ibrahim comes down. They'll look for 2. Runs the first one hard. She's going to come back. She's going to be run out, is she? She's out. She's run herself out. She looked to come back and couldn't do so. Disgusted with herself. And at the other end, Emma Black didn't move. And never in the wildest dreams was there a second run there. And Kate Ibrahim has run herself out for a well-compiled 92. Oh, all the drama. She's so disappointed with herself. She's hardly walking off. You could call that ambling off at best. She's absolutely disgusted with herself. It was a lovely throw in from the outfield.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the call was. We can't hear the communication that's happening with the batters there, but it was almost like she was on for the 2, but I just don't think there was 2 runs in that. And, yeah, she was very disappointed. You know when a batter's disappointed when they hit their leg, hit their pad. I suppose it'd be worse without a pad on, but she gave herself a good belt.
Or in Devon Conway's case, hit your hand. Okay. As Otago, through Emma Black, gets a couple. And again, the Otago team having to scramble back, as coming out to bat is Sophie Oldershore at the other end, as Black is now gone, stumped as well. Coming down the wicket, so all happening. We talked about Otago needing to bat their 50 overs. Well, Black now departs, stumped by McFadden, bowled by Jetley. And Otago have now lost their 9th wicket, and the last batter out for Otago is the debutante, Harriet Cuttins. And she'll be having to face probably the pick of the Blaze bowlers, Jetley and Chandler, the two that have done the damage today. So 3 balls remaining. We talked 220 as sort of a par score. Well, they're close to par. Let's see what Cuttins can do. Jetley bowls, big swing, and she tries to, now there's communication problems all around the place, and they're going to scramble their way through for a single. Not what you'd call clinical running between the wickets.
It's almost like a little bit of panic, isn't it? I always think at the end of a batting innings, if there's a lot of run-outs, it's just that panic. It's just, I mean, they stole a run in the end for trying to go for one that potentially wasn't there.
Last ball of the innings. Zara Jetley bowls down the wicket and just a single. Oh no, in fact it's gone through the field and may go all the way to, they're going to run 3. Even if there's a run out here, they're going to have to come back for the 3rd, and they're going to make it safely. And good running. 219 the Otago Sparks will end up with after their 50 overs. And after a good partnership early on, with Ibrahim on 91 and Blakely with 57, adding that century partnership for the 2nd wicket, sees the Otago team up to 219 for 9 in their 50 overs. Kate Chandler 3 for 30, Zara Jetley 2 for 40, Doughty 1 for 51, and if you look at the other batters for Otago, Saffron Wilson with 15, extras 21, 19 wides in there in total, but really the innings all revolved around Ibrahim and Blakely, who got that wonderful 2nd wicket partnership going, where they went from 1 for 16 to 2 for 119, 103 run partnership. Nice little innings from Saffron Wilson, but in the end, the Otago team losing wickets regularly towards the end sees them finish with 219 for 9 off their 50 overs. We thought 220 would be around about a par score. We'll have to wait and see, because the Blaze will come into bat and look to go unbeaten in the 2021-22 season and be the first team in women's domestic cricket competition to go unbeaten in both the Super Smash and the Halliburton-Johnson Shield matches throughout the entire season. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. We'll take a break and come back when the Sparks go into the field to try and stop the Blaze from making history here at John Davies Oval in Queenstown. So the Wellington Blaze have come into bat chasing 221 to win the Halliburton Johnson Shield. Otago Sparks all out for 220, anchored by Kate Ibrahims at the top of the order. It will be Emma Black to open the bowling for Otago. And on strike for the Wellington Blaze is Jess McFadden. So first ball just down the leg side, and a chance for Otago to put some early pressure on. Leg stump and turning this into the mid-wicket area for a single. So McFadden off the mark, and Rebecca Burns, the 27-year-old, will come and face her first ball of the innings. 220, the Otago Sparks got. Joe Broadbent, that's a competitive score. We thought it's about a par score. Your thoughts now?
Yeah, I think it'll be competitive. Obviously, another 20 or 30 runs might have put them in the box seat, but a run rate of 4.43, I don't think Wellington Blaze have to panic too much here either. So I think these first 10 overs, particularly in the power play, will be the interesting part. If Otago Sparks can pick up some wickets here, then maybe the pendulum swings in their favour.
Just one fielder outside of the ring on the square leg boundary. Here comes Black, and that is wide down the leg side. So again, we saw with the Blaze that they'll be disappointed with some of the accuracy of their bowling, and that'll be an area that I'm sure Coach Craig Cumming would have talked to the Sparks about. Part of it's about discipline and accuracy. 21 extras in total in the Sparks innings, and
another wide, and the movement, just watching there on the screen there, the ball is absolutely swinging a mile, and this is the thing, to be able to control the swing so that you're not bowling wides. If she can get that a little bit outside off stump, taking off stump with that ball swing, it might even take middle and leg.
Well, she's renowned to be able to swing the ball a lot, does Emma Black, and she's done it again. Now, she's going to have to quickly make that correction, because 3 wides in a row is not the start that the Sparks would have been looking for.
Just takes the pressure off a little bit, doesn't it? I think she's just got to finish her action off here. It's just putting the ball there.
Once more, she's got that characteristic hop as she gets into the wicket, and that one there's on target. She moves the ball a long way as the in-ducker, the in-swinger.
Much better follow through. You can always tell when a bowler's hitting the crease and they're hitting it hard, they're going to get a good follow through. And as a swing bowler, she's trying to pitch that right up, just trying to go through bat and pad.
This one here just flicked away off the legs to square leg for the single.
Nicely played. Low risk shot, hitting out to the sweepers. There's always a one there, and you want to be able to get into your innings and build your innings, get the other person up the other end. Burns to face her first ball.
Yeah, it's a better line from Emma Black. She's better off erring half a metre outside off stump and just letting the ball come back in than sort of almost aiming it a couple of inches outside off stump and then trying to get it crashing onto the stumps. This one here, again, just tucking into that middle and leg position, end of the over. It's a long one, 9 balls in total, and the Blaze off to a safe start, 6 without loss. You just get the impression, we talked about it, that catches win matches, and we've seen the Otago team this year a little bit patchy in the field with some of their fielding performances. If they can nail it today and the opportunities that come their way early, they can knock the top of this Blaze batting lineup over, you'd have to say that they're going to expose some players that haven't been used to this sort of pressure, that haven't had much batting experience at all in this competition, because their top order of Maddie Green and Sophie Devine and the Kerrs have basically done the work for them.
Well, the one that's taken the most catches for Otago Sparks is Susie Bates, so she's currently away with the White Ferns. So they'll be looking for some other fielders to step up, I suppose, and take over that mantle for today, because I think you're right. I think they've just got to take their chances here today, and if they can pick up a couple of early wickets here in the power play, they'll be in this game.
So McFadden will face up, and coming in to open the bowling at the other end is the debutante, Harriet Cuttance. Also a very talented netball player, student at Columba College. Oh, this is a loose one to start with, and just able to free up her arms was McFadden, and an easy single. So a bit of a loose in the first up.
Yeah, probably not the start that she was looking for, but I'm sure there'd be a few nerves in there for Cuttance, and I'm sure that she'll be able to settle herself in here, and it's just about bowling your best ball here and looking at your stock delivery, which is the one that you feel you can get most of the time, and potentially just hold your variations back for now.
What's in her favour is that the batters haven't seen her in action before. Swinging away outside off stump and swinging too much on this occasion.
It's a great opening combination when you think about it. Black going into the batters, swinging in, and Cuttance swinging away. Like, there's no better partnership for swing bowlers than this. So if they can get their line and length right here, they can really create dot ball pressure and wickets.
Oh, full toss and dispatched. This is going to go all the way to the boundary. Just a loose ball, and she'll be disappointed with that. I mean, it's understandable. It's a big occasion, making your debut in a Halliburton-Johnson final. But good shot. But it's just that loose ball. It was just right up there to be hit, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, Burns could have really put that full toss anywhere, but sometimes you overhit those full tosses early in your innings as well. So, she held her shot quite nicely, and that was a little bit of a better line and length there from Cuttance. She probably wants it a little bit closer to off stump here and just make Rebecca Burns play, maybe get the edge.
Driving down the ground, and good stop at mid-off, no run.
Well, Rebecca Burns is strong down the ground, cow, hits big. You just can't afford any width or any full tosses for her.
Marina Lamplau, the fielder at mid-off. Burns just gone. That's the wicket they're looking for. What a start it has been for the young debutante. Looked like just going to glide the ball down, and in the end, the little edge through to the keeper. Polly Ingalls taking the catch. And what a start it is for the Sparks after some loose deliveries. They get their first wicket, and that will be a disappointment for the Blaze, and it's one of their experienced batters that have gone.
Well, we talked about Burns coming in is black, but going away is, and we watch on the replay there, she probably didn't have to actually play at that ball, but smart bowling there by Cuttance and getting the outside edge, which is what we were sort of talking about. But what a catch from the keeper there.
Yeah,
that was
good work.
Brilliant.
Good work from Polly Ingalls. I mean, she is a very athletic sportswoman, and she got across quickly. We talked about catches winning matches just not very long ago. That's exactly what they needed to do. But look at this again. Just moving away, and then a lovely dive away to her right for Polly Ingalls. And you've got two very delighted players out there at the moment. In terms of the debutante, Harriet Cuttance gets her first wicket. And Rebecca Burns back in the shed. Gone.
What a wicket to get too. You're playing in a final and you get the first wicket of the game in beautiful shape. She sort of struggled a little bit earlier on in her over to be able to get her line and length, but when she got it right, that's what she was able to do. 2 dots and then created that wicket.
Gone for 4. Kate Chandler, who had such a success at the bowling crease, comes in the number 3 position, has only had 1 inning so far in this competition this year, has scored 2. She's been elevated to first drop today. Currents in. And a good ball to start with for Kate Chandler. And a bit of a bounce in the step of the Sparks now as they run between overs. 2 overs gone, 12 for 1.
Well, this is a great start for the Sparks. They would have been wanting that wicket. I don't think they were actually searching for it. I think it was just really good line and length and a build of dots that created that wicket. And then there's nothing better than finishing with a dot and having Blackall be thankful for that, because it leads into her wicket with almost 4 dots in a row.
Yeah, just to start, the Sparks were looking for Emma Black to continue, conceding 6 off that first over, 4 of those being wides. So let's see what pressure she can put on the opener at the other end, Jess McFadden. Ramps her up on this occasion. Good ball.
And that's really the line and length that she's after. Maybe a tad fuller as well. I always think that moving ball, if it moves and you just don't quite watch it onto your bat, that's where it can york you. That's where it can go through you.
Well, when she gets her line right, she's actually a really very impressive bowler, Emma Black. And again, pitching it up and no way through, driven to mid-off, no run. She's got 10 wickets in this competition. That's the 4th equal highest. Her best bowling this season is 5 for 28, which is the 2nd best figures in the competition of anyone. And she's got an economy rate where she's the 6th best. So, you know, she's a talented bowler. And again, right on the money.
Yeah, and she does, as you said before, she does lose a little bit of momentum at the crease with that jump, but sometimes you have to have that point of difference, and I suppose her point of difference is the fact that she can swing the ball. As long as she can control that, then she's picking up wickets at her end or the other end in a partnership.
McFadden facing, coming back in with the arm once more. This is a much better over from Emma Black. Quite an attacking field in relative terms. No slip or gully. There's a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg on the boundary, and a fine leg. Again, can't pierce the field.
It's almost like a line of fielders, isn't it, on the offside there. If you're good enough to get it through the gap, you'll get yourself 4 runs or over the top, but it's just not, it's very hard to do against an in-swing bowler.
Bella James fielding at extra cover on that occasion. Comes in, just cramming up McFadden a little bit, and the end of an over, a maiden. What a great way for Emma Black to recover from her first over. A maiden in the second, 3 gone, 12 for 1. The Blaze chasing 221 for victory against the Sparks to win the Halliburton Johnson Trophy and remain unbeaten in both competitions this year. Otago will look to see if they can capitalise on that early wicket.
Terrific start, and just a lot of pressure now, isn't it, leading into this over? I think there's been about 9-10 dot balls in a row.
Bit of a false start from Currents, and I think it was also just a matter of possibly Kate Chandler not quite ready at the other end. She's not very tall, but she had some impressive bowling figures, did Chandler today. 3 for 30 off 8. Just tucks this one in behind square for a single to get off the mark. Coming back for the second. That'll be close. I think she's home safely. Good running between the wickets, but she had to fly because the ball was thrown in quite quickly from the boundary by Emma Black, fielding it fine leg, and there wasn't much in it, home by about a metre.
I'd have to call this one a little bit of a cheeky tee. I think the one was there, but they ran quite hard for that second one, so there was no hesitation.
In the air, just falling short of cover, no run.
And quite often when you hesitate, when you're running and coming back for that two, that's what actually allows the fielding team to run you out. And I think there was not much hesitation, and the fact that they just said there's two there and they ran hard. It's great to see aggressive running between wickets.
Cadence once more, just let the ball through to the keeper by Chandler. See the Wasp saying 55% success chance ratio for the Blaze. How that quickly that'll change if there's another wicket. Pitched up on this occasion and no run. Yeah, another useful start to the over from the youngster.
It's also great to see a slip in. I think, with the ball moving around. The last two probably haven't swung as much as the Burns wicket, but to see a slip in there, it's great to see that because that creates pressure.
Not a lot of pace, but pitching it well up is Harriet Cuttance, and at this stage, Kate Chandler just really happy to keep her out, seeing if she can get herself set. She's had very little batting this year, just one previous innings at the crease. It's a slower and wider one. A wide. I don't think she'll be too disappointed with that when she's got dot balls before that, 4 in a row, and then if you can finish with a dot.
I think when you're chasing too, like the run rate's 4.46, so you have that knowledge of what's going to win the game for you. So that's a little bit of an advantage.
A slip in as well. As this one here's a loose one, full toss on leg stump and turned down to backward square. Just the one run, fielded there by Emma Black, and the over comes to an end. 4 overs gone, 16 for 1. Very similar to what Otago were at the same stage in their innings. They lost their first wicket with 16 on the board with 4.4 overs gone. So both teams off to similar starts.
And with that run rate being 4.46, what you won't want to see is that go up to 7 or 8, and then it becomes a harder chase. So I'm sure Otago Sparks will be heading towards that. But the Blaze will be making sure that they keep that run rate around. Well, you don't really want it going over 6, in my opinion. 8, you might be able to do if there's about 10 or 15 overs left, but they want to keep a track of that.
Nice in swing once more from Emma Black as Kate Chandler faces up to her first ball from Black.
Can't afford to let that one go, can you, Paul? They're the ones that I've seen where batters shoulder arms and it goes through and hits you on the pad, and of course you can be out LB not playing a shot, so you must play at these.
Another one pitched up, but we'll get a quick single as the ball goes across to square leg, and plenty of activity in the Sparks field as well.
Usually up and about when you get that early wicket, aren't you? You're searching for that second one, and everyone's in there chatting, talking, moving.
Well, they're changing the field for the different batters as well, so they've obviously done a lot of homework on the strengths of the opposition. Big strike on this occasion, they're gone! Second wicket gone, Emma Black strikes again, and the Blaze have lost their second wicket, and that is a big blow for the Wellington Blaze, and that is not what they were looking for at all. Good work from Emma Black, and McFadden gone.
And that was Kate Ibrahim, the captain, taking a catch there, and they made sure that they got their field right. We were just talking about it, weren't we? They took their time. They had a couple of fielders coming in, but Kate Ibrahim just went back slightly, and she made no mistake in taking that catch. And that's Jess McFadden, and they're 2 for 17. They're on fire.
Now the openers have gone, and this will be a real test for the Wellington Blaze in their batting depth. And the Otago Sparks, well, they're firing. That is the perfect start. And Emma Black, well, she is probably the most senior bowler in the side. Cutten's getting the first one. Emma Black striking for the second. And what a great start it is for, you could almost say, the home team on this neutral ground here in Queenstown.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with the fact that they won the toss and batted, and they've put a respectable, competitive total on the board. But the second part of that is taking early wickets, and that's what they've been able to do to get them 2 for 17. Everything just seems to be going to plan for the Otago Sparks. Ken, Wellington Blaze. I don't think we've seen the last of them. Tamsin Newton is quite a good batter, probably not batted as much this season because of the others like Sophie Devine and Mealy Kerr doing most of the batting for them, but I'm sure she'll want to relish in this.
Here comes Emma Black. Tamsin Newton just onto the front foot. Yeah, she's coming with limited opportunities. Only 55 runs this season, average of 13.7. 26 years of age, born in Paraparaumu, and part of that New Zealand Development White Fern squad. Big appeal from behind the stumps from Polly Ingalls. More in hope and anticipation than I think in real intent.
Well, I feel sorry for swing bowlers sometimes because it swings that much that when you go up for an LB, it's so easy for an umpire to say, oh, going down leg or missing off stump. But if you really need to get them caught on the crease to be able to get your LB for a swing bowler, especially in swing.
Driven back, partially stopped by Emma Black. And a successful over comes to a close. 5 overs gone, 17 for 2. And just look at the energy in the Sparks in the field now. They have really lifted their mood. You talked about catches winning matches. You talked about Kate Ibrahim being successful with that catch. Polly Ingalls, they won earlier on to get rid of Rebecca Burns. The opener's back in the shed. 3 for McFadden, 4 for Burns, 17 for 2. The Sparks on top.
Ingalls just showing Katie Martin how to do it.
She might have learned a bit from Katie Martin as well. She's quieter behind the wicket than Katie Martin. That's the one thing I'll say about it. Cutten's back in for her start of her third over. Nice line and length.
Well, it's a great opportunity, isn't it, for Inglis to actually get in there and have a keep. Normally with Katie Martin there, and depending on how long Katie Martin's career goes on for, Polly's sort of got, with the start that she's had here today, she's a great replacement when Katie ends up exiting.
So Tamsin Newton at the non-strikers end at the moment will be one that the Blaze will be looking forward to try and see if she can anchor something here, because she's been a member of the New Zealand 20 team. Played for Canterbury previously, Perth Scorchers as well. This is a bit loose on the leg side. They'll only come for one. They won't take on the arm of Emma Black fielding just behind square. Running around from that 45-degree angle position.
Tamsin Newton will need to have an innings, I think, similar to Kate Ibrahim. Just someone that they can actually bat around. and be able to, you know, just give her a little bit of time to get into her innings. She's only faced the 3 deliveries, so I'm sure she'll take just a little bit longer. She just needs to be really patient here, and if she can bat all the way through, then Wellington Blaze are still in with a chance.
Well, she won't have seen Currants before. I said, a very talented netballer. She's tall and lean. It's got the right build for a opening bowler.
Craig Cummins has been hiding his players from us, and he's pulled them out in the in the GF.
What a time to do it. Driven through the offside. This will run away towards the boundary. Might go all the way. Yes, it does. Good shot from Tamsin Newton. And she gets her innings underway with a 4. We'll gain some real confidence from the shot as well. It was there to be hit outside off stump and dispatched beautifully to the boundary by Newton.
Well, that's really her strength, straight and through the covers there. She's quick between the wickets, and she does step across and lap as well, but I don't think we'll see that just yet.
She pulled this one. Doesn't really get the timing, just pops out to mid-wicket, and the over comes to an end. Well, they're going quickly. 6 overs gone, 22 for 2. All the 2s at the moment. What will they do with Emma Black? They have to probably bowl 4, maybe 5 overs out of her. She's one of your key strike bowlers, but you can't afford to bowl too many and not have her there at the death if the Wellington team was able to build partnerships and, you know, get into that 150, 160 with 10 overs to go, you really want to bring Emma Black back towards that end of the innings.
I'd probably keep her on while the ball's swinging around and get as many overs as you can, because I think with her there bowling, there's opportunities of wickets happening at both ends. They've still got Kate Ibrahim who bowls, and Marina Lamplow as well, and then throw in your spinners Oldenshaw and Carson. Like it's a pretty well-rounded bowling attack.
Start of the 4th over for Black, and just cramping up Chandler somewhat. I think you'll get a 5 out of her in the opening spell. Nice conditions here. Oh, and there's that swing again, just too much down the leg side. Judged wide once more by umpire Dempsey.
Just falling away at the crease there, and what generally happens there is the ball goes with the arm as well as the swing that's around, so just needs to stay nice and tall and get through the crease.
That's better. So, fielding side well up inside the circle. Fine leg, deep square leg. Short forward square, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, and point. And clamping down on bowled! Oh, ho, ho! What's happening here? The Blaze are falling apart. The Sparks are firing. Clamping down on it, not able to do so. Chandler, beaten by the swing. She's gone for 5. 23 for 3.
Well, this is the length that you want to be able to bowl when the ball's hooping around, and throw a Yorker in there, which is exactly what that length is. And you're pretty much sure of being able to get a wicket here. And she just pulled up in her action 2 balls ago, but now she's just getting through that crease and just got through the bat.
Joe Broadbent, you're heading on a plane at 4 o'clock. Maybe they heard that song from John Denver, I'm leaving on a jet plane. Maybe they'll be joining you just about the way they're going at the moment. You're here for another hour and a quarter. I tell you what, this is like a hot knife through butter. This is a fantastic start for the Sparks. They will be totally buoyed by the start because they know that they've got the top 3 batters back in the pavilion.
Well, I've got the right-hand side thinking that if we're going to take off and come this way, I'm on the window, so I wanted to just be looking out of the window at this game. But you might be right. I might be on the early flight, the way that they're going. 3 for 23. Wow, what a start.
Wow. It is. It's an absolute cracker of a start. Caitlin King comes to the wicket. She's had 4 innings for 8 runs this year. So again, that highlights the lack of batting time that some of these players have had this year because of the dominance of the White Ferns in the team. Black once more. And down leg side to start with. Well, I don't think she'll mind. I know I said that before. You don't want to give away wides at any time, but when you're moving the ball as much as what she is and creating some real sort of uncertainty in the minds of the batters, that must be disconcerting when you're out there. You talked yesterday about the planes flying across being disconcerting. You've got the swing now of Emma Black. So getting the innings underway is Caitlin King. Gets a single down to short fine leg.
It's a wise move, get up the other end, isn't it? When you very first go out there, that should be your aim. So just show as much intent as you can. Obviously look at where your strengths are and where you feel you can get up the other end. Obviously it will depend on where the bowlers are bowling, but she's got Cuttons at the other end going to be swinging the other way and it's swinging in. So it's really highly competitive.
Yeah, another one down leg side. So I said you wouldn't mind this, but you just don't want 3 or 4 and over, 1 and over, just to create a bit of confusion. You can probably accept. You don't want to accept it. As a coach, you'd be almost really disappointed saying this is wasted balls. You're just giving the batters more siders. That's a better line from Emma Black.
If she can keep that line and length and just create a little bit more pressure here, it really puts King under the pump. And as we said, hasn't batted a lot this season, if at all. But she has her opportunity too, so there'll be a little bit of fight in her, I'm sure.
Nice ball from Black, and to finish with a dot, end of the 7th over, 26 for 3. What do the Sparks do here? They look for a change, because we saw Kate Ibrahim anchoring the Sparks innings. You've talked about Tamsin Newton being the batter that's going to probably need to do that for the Blaze, but Cuttins is going to continue. I guess while the ball is moving around and the wickets are falling, you reward your bowlers for that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, we're not seeing the opening fast bowlers that are going to come in and bowl bouncers. We're seeing 2 opening bowlers swinging the ball around. So I think this is a fair point for Kate Ibrahim to keep Cuttins on just for another over at least. And let's see, it'll probably maybe time for the spinners coming on. I think Tamsin Newton, just with a little bit of pace off, might be a good option. Caitlin King is generally strong, square off the back foot, and strong on the offside.
So King facing Cuttins. Letting this one go.
And King will play spin from the crease. So, I think to introduce spin in the next couple of overs will be sound for both these matchups.
Yeah, I think Eden Carson might have a role to play in this match as well. She's been effective in the last couple of seasons. She's already taken 9 wickets. Emma Black's the highest wicket taker in the Sparks team with 10. Cuttins just running back. The enthusiasm from the youngster. We get a sense the whole team's up, and rightly so. 23 for 3 at the end of that last period, and have moved along to 26 for 3 now. That's a bit loose, and that's a good shot running round towards the boundary. Don't think it's going to get all the way. Emma Black comes across and fields. She's got a good arm on it, and they're not going to take her on. She gets the ball in quickly to the bowler's end, just the 2 runs.
Well, that's a relief for King as well. She's just faced the 4 balls, and she cleared her front leg there and kept her eyes down low. So you always lots of space to hit out there. So well run. I pretty much think they probably may have been able to get one on the arm there.
Change in the field with the sort of deep cover going back to the boundary. This is one well pitched up and Just driven but can't get the ball through the field. And out there at mid-off for Otago is Marina Lamplau.
Well, it's all about partnerships, isn't it, for Wellington Blaze now? This one needs to be a partnership and a big one.
Yeah, that one's a good ball from Cuttins. You talk about Susie Bates before, and she's the leading... she's got the most catches in this competition. She's led that statistic all the way through. And she's done most of that fielding at mid-on. Well, Caitlin Blakely, who's also got some fantastic set of hands, is at mid-on for the Sparks in this match. This one he has pulled around to the leg side, just behind square, just for the single. Fielding down there is Emma Black. She gets the ball in. The end of the over. We've had 8 gone, 29 for 3.
Blakely will be annoyed if she doesn't get a catch today. If Susie's taken all those catches during the season and she goes in there for the one game and doesn't get one, she'd be pretty ripped off, wouldn't she?
Yeah, although what we've seen one wicket fall being bowled, one being sort of hooked to mid-wicket and one being caught behind. So I don't think she'll mind when she sees the wickets, wherever they're falling. If they don't go her way, I don't think she'll mind, but she is a very, very good fielder. So...
been a fabulous partnership, this one, hasn't it? And, you know, when I said it before, with Black bowling in swing and Cuttins bowling away swing, it's so difficult for the batters to get settled and get your head in the right position, get your feet moving. It's such a big difference.
So Newton at the non-striker's end. It'll be King facing up to Emma Black coming in for the start of her 5th over. King comes in. Oh, it's an appeal from behind. And she's given! Oh, the wickets keep tumbling. King is gone. LBW, Emma Black, she's got a 3rd. Well, well, well. What are we seeing here? This is a Blaze side which will be put under more pressure than what they have all season. They were about to set history today if they could go unbeaten, the first team in women's domestic competition to do that across the T20 and the Halliburton Shield competition, the Halliburton Johnson Shield competition. Wow, Emma Black, look at this.
Well, King was looking like having a great technique, but just came across the crease and unfortunately not getting any bat on that, and you get hit on the pad in front. It's an easy decision for the umpire, that one.
Emma Black, 3 for 10. What do? We talked about keeping her on for 5. Maybe you keep her on for 7.
I think you'd have to at this point in time. I mean, they've got their spin that can come on through the middle, and they've still got Marina Lampau and Kate Ibrahim that would be able to sort of close out if required. But this partnership between Black and Cuttins for the Otago Sparks is fabulous. 4 for 29. It's one of the best opening spells I've seen all year.
Zara Jetley comes to the wicket, just having 2 innings this year. Total of 12 runs, one of those not out. You talk about Emma Black. Well, I said she's got 5 for 28, her best figures this year. 3 for 10 doesn't look too bad off 4 overs and 1 ball either. She is the senior bowler in this lineup today. And I know that the Sparks were always going to have to rely on her to produce something special. As a quick run and safely taken, gets Jetley off the mark as the throw came in from just forward of square. And back there is Eden Carson and Paige Logenberg.
The run rate's not the problem, is it?
No.
It's the wickets. And when you look at the comparison there, 30 for 1 and 34 for 30.
Black in once more. And
it's the pressure that the wickets are creating that has got Otago Sparks on the front foot here.
Well, you talked about Tamsin Newton. I know we've just said this a few moments ago, but she's the key. If they can take her now, and she hasn't had very much batting either, but she's at least scored 55 runs this year. The rest of the batting team is pretty new to the crease. Here's Emma Black. With a loose ball on this occasion, but not able to be dispatched and not punished. So dot ball will remain. That's where the pressure carries on.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Paul. The pressure's there. You get a loose ball like that where you probably could have put that anywhere, probably sailed over the boundary, and you don't get it away. It just creates more pressure for you.
So Black with that characteristic in-swing. Another dot ball. Yeah, the fielding side, they really are sort of clapping and encouraging each other on every ball at the moment. You can see them almost stalking in like a hunter in the forest. And another good ball from Emma Black. That's the end of the over. 30 for 4. Otago at the same time, 31 for 1. So the scoring rate's not the issue, it's the wickets. And the fact that you have got the top 4 back, or 3 out of the top 4 back into the pavilion. McFadden gone. Caught Ibrahim, bowled Black for 3. Rebecca Burns caught Ingles, bowled Cuttance for 4. Chandler bowled Black for 5. And King, LBW to Black for 3. Highest score in the innings is extras at 10. Highest score from a batter is Chandler with 5. Talk about ripping the top of an innings off. That's exactly what's happened. And we're going to see a change. And here's Eden Carson into the attack. The right arm spinner. She's got a lovely wrong and as well that she can bowl. Not much height, it's all around the flight and the delivery, and just a little bit of turn in on that first ball to Zara Jetley.
She's only little, but she has a little. She's so competitive as well, and just really good through the crease. She has like a good follow through. Most of the spinners that I see here in New Zealand, they finish 2 front on, whereas Eden actually really gives it a good rip.
Got one of the cheekiest smiles around as well, I reckon. Comes in, just tosses this one up. Gently watchful.
And she just uses that little bit of change of pace or flight one up, dart one in. She's got some good variations.
But if you're a Blaze batter at the moment, you can't afford to take risks. There's one just a little bit wider outside the off stump. There's an example of what I was saying. You know, you're not going to go and have a flashing shot outside the off stump at the moment. You've got a backward point, deep gully. And this one here, just again goes backward a point and fielded out there in that position by Bella James.
The other thing she does is get through her over really quickly. She's bowled 4 dots in about 10 seconds.
Make that 5. And that comes the end of the over. That's 6 dots. Over gone, 10 overs gone, 30 for 4. The Blaze. Oh, you just blink your eyes and the over's finished.
She was so fast we couldn't even, the screen couldn't keep up. Slow down, Carson. A terrific young player and a terrific young bowler.
Well, the worm shows that the run rate is very similar, but those yellow circles really illustrate where the damage has been done. And you almost get a sense with that maiden over there. And yet we picked it. Emma Black's going to stay on, and why wouldn't she? Coming into bowl now, her start of her 6th over. No run down the ground. Fielded it mid-off mid-on really. Coming across is Caitlin Blakely.
Well, hitting the ball is better than playing a miss. But when you hit a ball and it keeps going to the fielders, it's still the same result, isn't it?
Good strike on this occasion. This one here is going to give Blakely a big chase out towards long on. She pulls it in about 3 metres in from the boundary, and the batters will come back for 2. So Newton, happy to play her shots. She's going to have to. That's the bottom line. She won't want to take any more unnecessary risks than what she has to.
Blakely might have thought she was going to get a catch there too. It's in the air for a while and just obviously over Kate Ibrahim, but in between Blakely, but a good chase to the boundary for her there.
In between sort of wide mid-wicket and mid-on, where that ball went.
Hitting with the swing.
A good line again from Emma Black.
So often you see batters trying to, probably more so for outswing bowlers, trying to hit on the onside when it's not quite there, and to play safe, hit with the swing and you'll help it along its way.
Another good ball from Emma Black. We saw just a few moments ago the Wasp, the predicted percentage winning score being 55%. In the space of a few quick wickets, it reduces very quickly down to just 12%. That's the chance, the predicted chance the Blaze have of winning, but as we know, cricket's a funny old game.
Well,
Emma Black again, right on the money. This is good bowling.
The other important thing is just that run rate. Now it's 4.85, so it's starting to head towards 5. It's still not out of control as the 11th over finishes, and 4 for 32 or 32 for 4. Australians do it the other way round. So it's been hard.
No, 32 for 4. You
We
reckon
do.
you do 4 for 32?
Yeah,
you like
yeah.
taking wickets. We like scoring runs. That's how that works.
I've never thought of that actually. Yeah, we're always fielding when we say it.
Yeah. But the fact that 4.75 isn't a ridiculous run rate. It would have started at 4.4. But the reality is, as Carson comes in, a little bit uppishly on this occasion by Jetley, but the fact that you haven't got experienced batters in there that have been accustomed to scoring at that rate. So if it gets over 5, that's where I think you say the challenge is just lifted another level again.
Yeah, definitely. And like the current run rate at the moment is 2.82, and they're building dots. And if that keeps going for another 3 or 4 overs around that, then the run rate just shoots up.
We better keep up with this as well because she's bowled 2 dots already. Has Emma Carson? There's 3. So there's 9 in a row. Keep count of these, Joe.
We're scoring, eh?
Yeah, we
Commentator. This is a big job today. Big job.
Well, it is when they go through so quickly. Just look at a race through this, and this is what the Otago Sparks want to do. Put some overs quickly through, and I wouldn't be surprised if there'll be a spinner at the other end. If you get double spinners going and you race through 5 or 6 overs and you only get 7 or 8 runs conceded.
I'd almost be doing my shoelaces up if I was the batter, just to slow it down a little bit.
Your pad has just sort of come off, and you need a bit of spray on your arm. Oh, what's that like? She's gone! Another one's gone! Eden Carson gets the wicket, and the Otago Sparks go further into the batting lineup of the Wellington Blaze. 32 for 5. Carson strikes. Well, it's not a dot on this occasion. It is a dot, but it's got a W beside it. It's a wicket. Carson strikes. Black's got 3. Cuttance has got 1. Well, as Bill Lawry would say in Australian terms, it's all happening here.
Absolutely plumb there. And that was actually the quicker ball then from each. She got through her over that quick that she wanted to finish it even quicker, and that was the quicker ball, and it went on trying to play square to a ball that potentially she should have been playing straight to. And Eden Carson, she's still got another ball left, would you believe?
Yep. And Olivia Boyven comes to the wicket, and this is a tough ask now. Forget about the run rate. That's not even in the thought of these batters at the moment. Olivia Boyven in at number 7, and Newton at the other end. Well, that's really the only hope that the Blaze can hang on to at the moment. 32 for 5. When did you last see a Wellington scorebook look like that for the women's team?
Certainly not this year. Maybe in the history.
Right, Carson into Boyven. Well, how would you like that? 2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket. Eden Carson, what a fantastic start.
We were saying bowl Cuttons for another one. But to be fair, you did actually say, Paul, that Eden Carson's going to play a big part in this game, and she certainly has already. And she's only just started.
Yeah, this is the time that she'll come in with the batting team under pressure. She can turn the ball both ways, her flight in the air. She changes her pace well. You know, I really do rate her as a promising young cricketer that's got a wonderful future in front of her. She's got a delightful personality and, you know, she's just a key member of this team. She's the sort of person that energy charges them in the field. As they, you know, you've got your Caitlin Blakely and your Kate Ibrahim that are out there as well, the experienced heads, but this team will be absolutely buoyed by this 32 for 5. And it's survival time at the best for the Blaze. And
what an opening spell for Black, and now Wilson's going to take over the reins.
Yeah, Saffron Wilson into the attack. I just wonder whether or not I would have left Emma Black out there for another one and saying, look, if we can rip another one out, just that salt goes into the wound and it stings a little bit further. Wilson coming in for her first ball. Loose down leg side, as we've seen. So that's the 10th wide so far. I'm only into the 13th over. That's the one area of the Otago bowling effort that hasn't been quite 100%. Everything else has been pretty impressive.
Such a good time to come on and bowl, isn't it? Your team's got them 5 wickets down for 33, and you've come on to bowl. I suppose it can only go maybe one way, but it's low pressure for the bowler. So just find your line and length, settle into your spell, and build another partnership with Eden up the other end.
Yeah, just a little bit of drift inward from Wilson as well. Originally hails from Nelson. I think she'll be loving her time in the Sparks down here. With this sort of performance. It's been a good season for the Sparks. I mean, here they have been a team that have struggled somewhat without their top players in recent years.
Well, ever since Craig Cummings has come on board, not to talk him up too much, but he has done a fabulous job with this team, and he's brought through a lot of the younger players and had that patience, you know, a couple of years ago, or last year, and to build them around the Susie Bates and Katie Martin. He's done such a wonderful job.
This is nicely pulled away behind square. It'll run away for 4. So a little bit of pressure being relieved. Newton, the one that has been successful, and now she goes for the first time in the Wellington Blaze innings. A batter has got through to double figures. This one here was just a little loose and just a little wide down the leg side. No problems for Newton. Peel from behind, but it's a wide. Polly Ingalls goes up.
Sometimes don't know whether the keepers do, so the umpires lose concentration and you miss out on your wide, or maybe she did hear something. We don't have the mics in today, so we can't help in that area, but if you want to just tighten up her line here, Wilson.
She's getting that in swing as well, so plenty of movement. We didn't see too much of that from the Blaze bowlers, but we're seeing it now from the Otago Sparks. We've had at the start Cuttance and had Emma Black and now Saffron Wilson. And a single out to cover. And that is the end of the over. 13 overs gone, 39 for 5. And that run rate creeping up towards that 5 runs and over needed now.
Well, every time they try to start a partnership, they sort of get around that 5 to 10 mark, and then a wicket's fallen. It's just, you know, I'm sure the conversation between the two batters are out there would be, how are we going to just form this partnership here? Let's just keep playing to our strengths, keep hitting the sweepers, get each other in the game.
Eden Carson back. Hasn't had a run taken off her yet, and she won't on this occasion either. Fielded behind point.
Don't make a cup of tea in this over because you'll miss it completely.
She races through them very quickly indeed. Bella James doing the fielding on that occasion just behind point. Talked about the wickets falling. We'll get back to that in a moment. Carson to Bolden Newton. Just waiting for that. Oh, they've got a bit of lift. Yes, it was. It just took off. Your first wicket fell at 12, second at 17, third at 23, fourth at 29, fifth at 32. So that's your point, Joe. Carson bowling once more down the wicket and striking this one nicely. It's a lovely shot, and that'll go all the way to the boundary. Newton just using her feet beautifully, getting to the pitch of the ball and driving through that mid-off position, bisected the field and picks up a very, very needed boundary.
Well, you can't just stay out there, can you? You've got to be able to make runs, and to sort of see her use her feet there and just be nice and steady at impact and be able to place that ball in between the two fielders there. You know, is this the start of her creating and building her own innings?
Carson getting through on this occasion. Well, that's the third boundary hit by Newton, and there's only been 4 in the innings. But she's the one, as we know, that the hopes of the Blaze will very much rest on.
You can see there she's trying to use her feet, but it's just quick enough through the air that she can't actually get down to it. So it's great bowling from Eden Carson. She's probably seeing her coming at her.
And Eden Carson completes another very, very rapid over. 14 overs gone, 43 for 5, and Carson with the figures of 1 for 4 from 3 overs. Yeah, look at the bounce in the steps of the Otago Sparks running between the wickets and between overs. Yet, on the other hand, some very deep thinking going on in the middle between Newton at the moment. Chance now for Wilson to have her second over. So Kadaya is going to come in batting number 9. Manika Singh is 8. So Olivia Boyven facing Saffron Wilson, who pulls out as the plane takes off. Yeah, the plane takes off. That's what that was, I think. As Boyven was just a little bit distracted with the noise of the jet looking straight down towards the airport runway.
This is what Wilson's got to do. Just keep it nice and simple. Try and maybe just shift her line over to off stump. But that length that she's bowling, very hard to get away.
Pulling this one away to mid-wicket, no run. That'll bring the run rate up to over 5 and over now. They started at 4.4. Look at that wicket tally, 5 wickets gone. And the run rate just growing all the time. Well, the run rate required growing all the time. The run rate itself is dropping.
And you've got the Wasp at 5% now.
I think
very slim chance.
I think it's gone and stung the Blaze, to be fair. Yeah, it'll take a miracle for the Blaze to get out of this match. Sillier things have happened. And if they keep bowling this many wides, certainly not doing themselves any favours, the Sparks. But, you know, even saying that, the 4-dot balls before that has done the damage so far. And Boydman, having faced 5 balls, still hasn't got off the mark and won't on this one either. So it's quite a close field, saving those singles. Fielders aren't just on the inner circle. They're actually about 5 or 6 metres inside the inner circle and walking in with the bowler as well. So there's not really much chance of a quick single unless you can find a bit of space, and there's not much around unless you're looking on the leg side. This ball just squirts out into the offside position, but no run there either. Another quick over finishes, 44 for 5. And that over we saw from Wilson, just that one wide off it. So just a 1 run, 4 off the previous one from Carson. And then Carson's previous 2 were both maiden. So Eden Carson will continue the relentless pressure that the Sparks are exerting on the Blaze.
Well, Tamsin Newton, she's 15 off 30, so she's getting into her innings. However, she's going to need someone at the other end scoring runs as well. And I think there just needs to be just that little bit more intent. Low risk stuff, obviously, because there's 5 wickets in the shed.
Newton just drives up to mid-off, no run. Fielded there by Marina Lemplau. Oh, this is a full toss and dispatched and gone. Oh, well, you bowl a poor ball and you get the reward sometimes in this game. And that is Newton gone. And Ibrahim gets another catch. The captain courageous does it again. She pulled one off early when she got the catch to dismiss McFadden. Well, she's done it again now to dismiss Newton, and Newton gone. Caught Ibrahim, bowled Carson for 15, and the Blaze in further trouble at 44 for 6.
Well, this isn't one that Tamsin Newton will want to watch a replay of. She was just starting to build nicely and probably got the most juiciest full toss where she potentially could have put that anywhere, and it's gone down the throat of Kate Ibrahim. It was sort of running to her left, so it was still a good catch. Catches need to be taken. That's exactly what Kate Ibrahim's just done to dismiss Newton.
I was looking for it to sort of be sailing somewhere into the outfield and possibly over that mid-wicket boundary, and just didn't get the timing that she needed. As you say, it was tossed up, that juicy full toss. And, well, the Sparks have got a well-deserved rest. It's drinks here with the Blaze in all sorts of trouble. 44 for 6, 15 overs gone, chasing 221 for victory. drinks break has been completed. Blaze losing their 6th wicket, 44 runs on the board. Oh, and Eden Carson almost gets another as the ball flies through that slip area. And out to the wicket is Manika Singh.
Well, it's the 16th over, and there's a slip in, and they've almost taken a catch. It's unreal, isn't it? The pressure that you can create here when you've got them 6 for.
So Singh facing up to Eden Carson. Maybe just putting that through a little bit quicker. And a little bit more pace in the delivery from Carson here.
I think that's the biggest change with her this season. I think the previous season probably just a little bit too slow through the air. I think it is something that she's actually worked on, and it's gone in her favour because she's had an outstanding season.
Carson's creating all sorts of challenges out there.
You just almost feel like there's going to be a wicket every ball, don't you, as the 16th over finishes and it's 46 for 6.
Carson's best this season is 3 for 24. Having picked up 9 wickets previously, but get a stats at the end of that over. 2 for 6 off 4 overs. And the run rate has just continually crept up now to 5.15. So what do the Blaze do here, Joe? I mean, I know that it's almost mission impossible when you've got...
It's almost just bat on ball, isn't it? Bat on ball, go to your strengths, try and get as many runs as you possibly can with the person that you're out there batting with, and probably turn the scoreboard off. Just forget about it. Forget about the scoreboard and just focus on the ball that's coming down at you.
Saffron Wilson into her 3rd over. This one here is pulled away in the air, out towards the long on boundary. It'll run all the way for 4. Good strike of the ball from Boyven, Olivia Boyven. Should be pleased about that. Maybe that's what you do. You say, hey, let's just throw the bat at it now and see what happens. And the 50 comes up for the Blaze. 50 for the loss of 6 in the 17th over. And here's the replay.
You just need to play every ball on its merits here, and if you do get a loose one, this is where you do need to put it away when you're sort of struggling the way they are. But I just wouldn't even be looking at that scoreboard at the minute.
You wouldn't be wanting to look at the Wasp either. 1%. It's down to Saffron Wilson. Just getting that ball through nicely. Polly Ingles is tidy behind the stumps. When you start looking at keepers in New Zealand behind Katie Martin, there's a few names that you can mention, but she can't be too far away from being in the wider consideration. She doesn't get much time with the gloves because Katie Martin's there.
It's such a difficult position, isn't it? Because you can only have one keeper, and if you're always going to choose Katie Martin.
Well, you're never going to get the gloves off her. I mean, she's never going to let you take them off her.
And rightly so.
You know, and they're fair enough. Length again from Wilson, and another over quickly comes to an end. Just the 4 runs off it. That lovely strike through the mid-wicket, long off boundary, and 50 for 6. 17 overs gone, chasing 221 for victory, and they have their name engraved on the Halliburton Johnson shield. Or will it be Otago? And you start looking back through the history books and you're seeing, when did Otago last have their name on that trophy? And you have to go back to 2013-14 when they defeated Auckland in the final. I think from memory, Susie Bates might have played a significant role in that. Carson comes back into the attack now for her 5th over. I mentioned earlier that Wellington, it's been a long time since they've had it. They would have come into this match probably very much warm favourites based on the form, but the whole complexity and the whole makeup of this game has changed because you take away your white ferns and you've got a different contest on your hands. Carson just putting some real pressure on Singh at the other end. She's probably been told, as Manika Singh, don't get out. Oh, beating it outside. I think that might have been the wrong one that just went through. Didn't pick it.
Just not enough intent for me. I almost feel like we are watching maybe the last over of a test match and you're trying to save it.
The night
You've
watchman.
still got
The night watchman at the end of the 3rd day.
You've still got to have that intent to score runs. Like there's no, all fielders are up on the offside, and that one was quite wide there. You'd take your chances, wouldn't you?
You'd make sure you weren't looking at the scoreboard, as you say, because the run rate's now 5.3, and you're letting the ball go outside off stump. At the end of another over. And what is that? 6 dots for Eden Carson. 5 overs gone. 3 maidens, 2 for 6. And Otago Sparks jogging. I think they want to get off the field as quickly as they can at the end of this match. They really are quite excited, and rightly so. This has been an outstanding fielding performance, and to be fair, the Blaze have been disappointing.
Yeah, I just think the bowling has to have most of the credit. I think the partnerships between Black and Constance at the start, and then we've got Wilson and Carson and Black and Carson. Just every partnership, bowling partnership, is produced for Otago. Everything has just gone in their favour.
And the chance to build some talent, build the depth in your squad. This will give some of these youngsters a real shot in the arm in this Otago Sparks team. Saffron Wilson, and just a little bit on leg side and pulled away and being fielded on the boundary. Good work deep behind point, and that is Cuttance. Harriet Cuttance down there has done extremely well to cut that off and save the boundary.
Yeah, if you don't hear us for a while, we're just having an ice cream, if that's okay.
You have these in Australia there? It's not warm enough over there, is it, Joe?
No, it's plenty warm. We have ice cream, don't worry. I'll try and do 2 things at once.
I don't want to break a long-held tradition that men can't, so I won't. So it's a loose one down the leg side from Wilson. You're wanting to build a bit of excitement through having an ice cream into the commentary, are you, after the game? Are you suggesting the game's gone a bit flat, are you?
Just want to perk myself up, actually.
It has gone a little bit flat. It has for everybody apart from the Sparks team, because they're excited out there. They really are. They're chasing the ball around. You can't see it in some of the wider shots. They're running between wickets. They're encouraging each other. There's clapping going on. Come on, let's keep going. Let's keep this pressure on. 53 for 6. This one here is in the air. One bounce out to Currents behind square. Just a single.
Well, we did see the Wellington Blaze well and truly off the boundary. And unfortunately there, we're back on the boundary. I sort of feel they've missed one there. If they were about 5 or 10 metres off the boundary then, I think that would have been a catchable.
What do you do, though, when you know that you've got this game and the run rate's high? Do you just put everyone in an attacking position and just clean them out for 80? Or do you say, look, we'll just strangle them to death by drying up the runs, and that's what's happened in this over. 4 runs off at the end of the 19th, 54 for 6.
I don't really think they need... I think they need them all in for Monica Singh. She's not showing any intent to hit the ball. I'd crowd her a little bit more in the inner circle and just make her play some shots. You've got plenty of runs to play with, and if she does that, she might make an error, which creates the 7th wicket.
Don't blink. Eden Carson's back into the attack. Over number 6 for her. Bowling to Boyven. Yeah, 3 run-outs in the Otago innings. I'll be disappointed with that. Kate Ibrahim and Caitlin Blakely were the standouts. Oh, is it caught behind? Gone! Another one gone! The umpire's finger's gone up. And Corey Black says, there's another one. 54 for 7. And who was the wicket taker? None other than Eden Carson.
Well, this is just persistence, isn't it? Putting the ball in the right spot, in the right area. And she was able to get the nick behind. They all went up. Took the umpire a little bit of a nervous wait on both sides. Went straight into the gloves of Polly's.
So, Natasha Kadaya will be the next batter out. And things, it's hard to think they could get much worse, but they have for the Blaze. 54 for 7. And Boyven gone. Court Ingles bowled Carson. That's Ingles' second catch behind the wicket in this innings. Looking at the scorecard, McFadden 3, Burns 4, Chandler 5, Newton 15, King 3, Jetley 1, Boyven 7. Extras 14. Well, another wide and they'll equal the top score of Tamsin Newton. Eden Carson, just stunning stuff. 3 for 6. 5.2. You like my predictions, Joe, don't you?
Well, if you're going to bowl your best, this is the game that you want to bowl your best in, and that's exactly what Eden Carson's done here. And what I've liked is she's kept it really simple, just bowling stump to stump.
In the air, and this one will be away to the boundary. Got plenty on it and pulled this one away over the between mid-wicket and long on for 4 runs. So Kadaya with that sort of slog across into cow corner gets 4. Oh, sorry, over the... sorry, I was looking at the other end.
It's behind point.
Yeah, it's behind point. She just had a slog at it. Sorry, Joe.
But she slapped it nicely, didn't she? She had the room to be able to do that, had the elevation on it as well, just to get it away from the fielder that was at backward point. One's gone out in the vacant mid-wicket area. That's a throw at the stumps, direct hit, but she was already in, so you can't be out. And that's the end of the 20th over, and there's 7 wickets down.
Just a single on that occasion, so Carson setting a boundary in that over. That's ruined her figure somewhat, hasn't it? After having 3 for 10. Manhattan, you can see, really hasn't threatened too much. The Otago team really got a wriggle on from about that 35 over mark, 35 to 40, and then in that last 5 again from 45 to 50, there was some consistent scoring, but it's the wickets that have created the pressure and why the run rate has really dried up as well. So looking now for a change in the bowling attack, and into the attack comes Sophie Oldershaw. Her flight is always a bit of a challenge as well. She tosses the ball up, gives it plenty of air. Let's see what Kadaya do in response. A little bit flatter than what Oldershaw normally bowls. She normally gives it plenty of air. That one there was quite flatter through the air.
She's just easing into it here. There's been talk whether she's a leg spinner or an off spinner.
Or a spinner at all. It's part of it, just floating the ball up and...
Looks like leg spin to me.
Yeah, that's exactly, yes, that's the movement, that's the motion. The right arm leg spinner, which has got that arm movement through the wrist. And Singh stabs that one down into the gully region for a single.
Well, she's definitely tall, and that helps to get a little bit of bounce potentially as well for spinners. Generally, you see the taller players fast bowlers, but it's always good to see a spin bowler that's tall as well. Nice full length there.
Just an inside edge on this one. Is it buys? We'll get a check. No, buys. Polly Ingle's not able to take that one in cleanly. Thought there might have been a little deflection for a moment. So that is the first buy of the innings. Dyer where's a big swing and has not made contact, and the over comes to an end. Oh well, I thought for a moment she was got something on that.
Yeah, well, I think they're trying to play her from the crease, and I think Oldershaw is someone where you could potentially bat out of your crease and come at her and really try to mess that length up that she's bowling. She bowls quite full, and a lot of spinners do. And I find if you want to be able to upset their length, you really need to be able to come forward and move your feet. Carson, well, hasn't she had a brilliant performance today? And she just keeps going, just bowling full and straight, not allowing any loose balls.
Singh just trying to get her away through the offside, not able to do so. No run. Down the wicket. Again, picks out the fielder in the covers. Intent here from Manika Singh.
Well, she's 3 off 15, so I think she's had enough siders now.
Diana Doughty to come, and Beth Maloney is scheduled to come in at number 11. Could be another maiden here for Carson. Last ball, down the wicket. And caught, what a beauty catch! A beautiful catch from Eden Carson. She got the dot ball, she got the wicket as well. The 8th wicket falls, and Singh is gone. Caught and bowled, Carson for 3. 63 for 8. And the Sparks have got one hand, 4 fingers and half a thumb on the Halliburton Johnson Shield.
Well, how good was this? This is just dot ball pressure and then trying to release the pressure a little bit to go straight down the ground. And most spinners are really good off their own bowling, and that was a diving on her knee. She probably could have stayed on her feet, to be fair, but the ball's gone in. She's taken another wicket, and what a performance by Eden Carson.
4 wickets for Eden Carson for 11 runs off 7 overs. Well, is that the standout performance? Is it Kate Ibrahim, the standout performance? You say it's a team game. Well, certainly it has been today. Great partnership between Blakely and Ibrahim, setting that target of 221 needed to win by the Wellington Blaze, and they are crumbling, falling apart at 63 for 8. We're not even at the midway stage of the innings, and out to the wicket comes the captain, Diana Doughty, to face up to the Otago bowling attack, which will be Sophie Aldershaw into her second over. I think they'll bowl Eden Carson out at the other end. You'd have to do that now. She's absolutely on fire. Thought she would be the biggest thorn in this Blaze team. That's the way it's worked out. After some good work from Emma Black, 3 for 13 at the top of the innings. Currants 1 for 18. And a bit of a loose one from Aldershaw.
And if you're prepared to move your feet, you get that one on the full, and you can just about put a full toss anywhere on the field, hopefully over the boundary, which is what the Wellington Blades need right now. But if you stay in the crease, it's a lot harder to hit that ball because the length becomes something where you can't get underneath it.
So Doughty, the captain, I wonder how she's feeling right now. So disappointed. I'd imagine she wouldn't have expected in her wildest dreams to be out there in the 23rd over. Big appeal. Not given. Pitched around that middle and leg. Umpire Dempsey says not out. Aldershaw floats that one up. Doughty coming down the pitch, driving to mid-off, where Marina Lamplau is. And getting through on this occasion. Well, the Blaze look all at sea.
It's nice tight bowling, isn't it? They've still got the 2 out on the onside at square and cow, which is, look, they're probably going to be the go-tos if they are going to hit, but they've got this brick wall on the offside.
And this one here is driven along the ground to mid-on, to Blakely. No run.
Still think the strategy here is to be able to move your feet to Aldershaw and hit her down the ground where the gaps are. Both drives are up, so there's an opportunity of going straight back over her head.
Did you read many fiction books when you were a kid growing up? Did you learn about Howard Houdini or anything like that, getting out of Great Escapes? I mean, this is what the Blaze needs right now, Joe.
Well, I think they're going to need more than him as well. This is fast slipping out of their hands, isn't it, the trophy? But, you know, what a day it's been for Otago Sparks.
Well, it's gone. I mean, despite you can think of great comebacks in sport, if this happens, it'll be the greatest comeback I've ever seen, and I've seen a fair bit of sport in my time. This just isn't going to happen now when you've still got over 150 runs to score, 2 wickets left, and a run rate which is nearing 6 runs and over.
And you've got Eden Carson bowling, and she can potentially finish with 6 wickets here today, and what a delight that would be if she did that.
For 11 so far, 3 overs to go, and facing up will be Kadaya. As a swing drives it into the offside, no way through, no run.
Well, it's good intent, isn't it? Like, you may as well go for it now. It's the last game of the season. You can't just block and bat out 50 overs here.
You can see the smiles on the faces of the Sparks team out there at the moment. This one here's tossed up, and they are not able to get bat on ball. Natasha Kedaya. This one's tossed up as well, over the top. It's a lovely shot. Down to the boundary for 4. That would be the best shot we've seen in the Blaze innings to date. Got to the pitch of the ball and just lofted it back over Carson's head for 4, down to the Coronet Peak end of the ground. Yeah, that was just beautiful timing.
And that's what you want to see, just that little bit of an intent. There's plenty of space down there over the bowler's head. Didn't really move her feet, but she hit powerfully enough to be able to hit the boundary.
Yeah, shot of the innings really for me, coming in at number 9 in the order. Carson floats this one up, driven down the ground to Blakely. No score. And
Carson's got 2 after this. You would bowl her out, surely.
yeah, absolutely. Big swing, not able to get hold of it. Well, you can see the intent now from the Blaze team, and that's exactly what you've said, Joe. That's what they've got to do, the end of the over. Another one gone. 8 overs gone for Eden Carson.
Just noticed there, Eden trying to get out of that over with the quicker delivery, which has picked her wickets up as well. Bolds and LBs come into play when you're able to do that. Probably just didn't get it quite full enough for the quicker ball, but gee, it's hard to to complain when you're 4 for 15. But it's been a fantastic spell of bowling.
Well, she's been well supported by bowlers around her as well, because Aldershaw at the other end, 2 overs, none for 3. Wilson, 4 overs, none for 16. Emma Black, 6 overs, 3 for 13. They've been really containing, but the wickets have just fallen at regular intervals. Big appeal. No movement from umpire Dempsey, though. He'll be saying, oh no, I want Eden Carson to get the other 2 at the other end for great bowling figures, so yeah, I'll just keep my hand down.
Again, batters are just reluctant to bat out of their crease to start with against spin because they fear they're going to miss it. Well, you come out of your crease and you come down the wicket to hit the ball, not to miss it.
Captain facing up, Doughty. Oh, that's a loose delivery and lovely shot pulled away through that mid-wicket boundary for 4. Well, that's got what it deserved. That was a poor delivery from Aldershaw and nicely dispatched to the boundary by the Blaze captain.
When she gets it wrong, it generally is a full toss, and they're the easiest balls to put away. Very close to a no ball, I might add, too.
It's a better ball from Aldershaw. So we could be in for an early finish here. Oh, it's a loose one outside off stump, and Doughty just throws the bat at it, and it'll race away behind point for 4. In fact, it right through that sort of slip gully region in the end. Got a thick edge, and it flew to the boundary. 2 boundaries in this over. That's a rare thing in the Blaze innings. Moves the score along, though, to 76.
Yeah, any width here, you just want to make sure you dispatch that to the boundary, and there's not too many in the deep on the offside.
Aldershaw right on the money on this occasion to finish the over. 8 off it, 76 for 8. 25 gone, midway through the overs. More than midway through the wickets, though. 80% of those gone. Just 2 wickets remaining. And you look at the run rate, and the Wellington Blaze are below where the Otago team was at the same corresponding stage. But the more important thing was Otago had only lost the 1 wicket. The early loss of the wicket with Bella James going early, and then that second wicket partnership of 103 really laid the platform for the Otago team. And then they got into the field, And they've ripped the top off this Wellington Blaze attack with Emma Black, Harriet Cuttance, and then Eden Carson, who's going to continue ranging the field. So got a deep point, bringing in the mid-wicket, 15 metres in from the boundary. As in comes Carson. Ooh. And so you've got a deep square leg, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep cover. That's the fielders around the boundary. Short fine leg. And that was hit with some force back towards Carson as well.
They've really been starved of partnerships, haven't they? And big partnerships. And this one's starting to build. It's sort of around that 10, 15 run, but it's just not quite enough for what they need.
Good side, but not able to penetrate the field. And coming round is Bella James to cut it off. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. The partnerships just haven't occurred because the wickets have fallen so regularly. This one here over Toston, lovely shot. Oh, is that a catch? What a catch, the catch of the match. What a catch that is at mid-off. Diving away, one hand out in front of her. Could you believe it? That is just stunning. We saw one yesterday in the men's final when Robbie O'Donnell pulled a catch off to dismiss the opening batter of Wiggins. This one here is an absolute ripper of a catch. And Eden Carson gets 5. Goodness gracious, your breath has been taken away, Joe Broadbent.
Well, when you're on, aren't you? And what a day out this Otago Sparks is having. Nothing has really gone too much wrong in this innings anyway. It's just been absolutely brilliant bowling, backed up by some great fielding. And I think, Paul, you said it at the start, catches win matches. And that one there's just about put the nail in the coffin there.
Well, I've seen some wonderful cricket catches in the outfield in my time. I'd have to say this would probably be as good a catch I've seen in women's cricket in my lifetime.
That'd be any cricket for me.
Yeah. Well, I've seen one by Daniel Vittori on the boundary once, and I've seen some in Super Smash, but I don't think I've seen one in Halliburton cricket or Super Smash for the women's game that was anything like that. They had to make a huge amount of, to her right did Maria Lamplau, and she got her arm out, the big long lever, and really it looked like she was going to try and stop the ball. I don't know whether she was as surprised as what we were. It's hard to describe how superb of a catch that was. I'll tell you what, these people that are flying in on the plane right beside us, they've missed something special. The plane is coming in. If they had been looking out the window, that's what they'd be talking about when they disembark off the plane into the airport. That was just superb. Words can't describe it.
And it's picked up her fiver.
Yeah, Eden Carson gets 5. Wow, what a catch to take out Godaya. So Maloney in. Last rights now. Doughty in. Eden Carson finishes her over. And can you believe it? This 9 overs. 4 maidens. 5 for 15.
Incredible.
76 for 9.
Incredible.
76 for 9. Well, we've had a disruptive year through COVID. We've had competitions that have had games rescheduled, abandoned, washed out. We've finally got to a final with the 2 teams. The Blaze have been the form team all year, looking to go unbeaten and be the first team in Super Smash and Halliburton Johnson Trophy or Shield cricket to do so. They're not going to do so here as Aldershaw comes in. And just defending is Deanna Doughty you just wonder what's going through the Blazers team's mind at the moment. They've been hit by a tornado. Really big swing, sweeping the ball onto the leg side. Just a single is coming in there to do the fielding is Harriet Cuttance, who'll be pleased with her effort. It'll be a day that she won't forget in her lifetime, making her debut in a cricket championship final, taking an early wicket of Rebecca Burns. And the Otago team, well, talk about sparks. There's been a few of those flying.
Well, Wellington Blaze will be bitterly disappointed, won't they? But, you know,
It's a poor pun, Joe, but the blaze has been extinguished and the sparks are flying.
What happened to the Brave?
Yeah, well, the Brave got done by Duckworth Lewis. Pitched up by Aldershaw.
I might have to leave with 1 wicket to go.
Your taxi's 5 minutes away. Don't worry, you're safe. The end of the over, Eden Carson will be back on the other end. You won't even have to blink. You won't even be able to get out of your seat, and she'll have raced through her final over. She's got 1 to go. Aldershaw finishes her 4th. We've had 27 overs gone, 77 for 9. Chasing 221. The Blaze, that's academic only now, as Eden Carson races back to get the ball into her hand, just really wanting to get into action, having a chat to Kate Ibrahim, the captain. It's been a wonderful fielding performance. I can't really recall an error in the fielded side of the Sparks today.
Well, the shoe's on the other foot, isn't it? Wellington are so used to doing this to other teams that they're on the receiving end of it. And, you know, it's hard to know how to cope with that when that does happen, because it doesn't happen very often.
Here comes Carson down the leg side, a wide. And that's her first wide in the innings. It's taken her to a last over to go wayward down the leg side. Facing up is the captain, Doughty.
In Australia, we would have someone on the hill yelling out, "Have a go, yeah."
Mug.
Yeah.
Yeah, we normally have them in the back of the stands in New Zealand. You've got the hill, the embankment.
Just hope you're not out batting when you're hearing that being called out. They obviously don't want Eden Carson's to finish with 6 for spinner to spinner. You know, when spinners have that competitive edge.
It's going to be a long 10th wicket partnership if these two want to bat it out. A little bit loose from Carson, but Doughty just can't get it away.
What a performance.
Yeah.
What a performance.
Yeah, I mean, we're just shaking our head, really, to be fair, in terms of the quality of the fielding. This is in the air. Just going to fall short. Not able to take it. It fell short of Currents, who came in from the deep point position and just falling about 4 metres short. Single
They're
taken.
about 4 or 5 metres back to where Wellington.
Now, do you think
were
that's
fielding
so they can get Maloney on strike? Oh, that's a short ball from Carson to finish her spell. It's been an outstanding spell from young Eden Carson. 5 wickets in the 10 overs, 79 for 9. And Carson finishes with the figures of 5 for 17.
Well, I'm going to have to love and leave you. And I'm certain that when I'm about to walk down this hill right now, there's probably going to be a wicket and you're going to absolutely go off, Paul.
Joe, thanks for your help. Thanks for your help today. It's
been
lovely to have you in New Zealand, and all the best over the summer months as you head back to Australia. We'll love to see you back in New Zealand again, and I'm sure you'll be keeping a very watchful eye on that Women's World Cup coming up this week, and we'll have a bit of friendly banter, I'm sure, over the next couple of weeks when New Zealand take on Australia, possibly in the final of the World Cup women's.
Yeah, it's been awesome. I've loved every minute here in the last couple of weeks in Queenstown. And yeah, thanks to New Zealand Cricket for the competitions that you put on, not just the HBJ, but also the Super Smash as well. It's just a wonderful competitions to be a part of.
All right, well, that's Joe Broadbent who's heading away to the airport. This ball is heading away to the boundary. It's going to be pulled in just short of the boundary, and the batters will come back for two, and that just moves the score along to 81 for 9. Aldershaw just tossing the ball up once more into a fifth over now. Really last rights here in this Halliburton-Johnson final. Tossing it up in the air and put down out on the boundary. Disappointment. And Eden Carson is the fielder out there. Disappointed with that. And it's all over. It is all over. We have got the final wicket that has been taken. Aldershaw takes the wicket, and it is all over. The Otago Blaze are the Halliburton-Johnson winners for 21-22 season. They haven't won for a few years. Well, they won it in fine style here this afternoon, beating the Wellington Blaze, scoring 220. Maloney bowled by Aldershaw for a duck, and the Otago team jubilant in the middle. They have absolutely dominated this match. 82 all out, chasing a total of 220. A well-deserved victory for the Otago team, and they would have really shocked the Blaze, who would have come into this match looking to maintain their unbeaten record that they've showed in both Super Smash and Halliburton-Johnson cricket competition throughout the summer months. Well, the Blaze have had their party spoiled by the Sparks after scoring 220 with Kate Ibrahim and Caitlin Blakey, the main run scorers. 92 for Ibrahim before she ran herself out, having that 103 second run partnership with Blakey. Saffron Wilson chimed in with 15, and then the Blaze came out to bat. For the Blaze, well, Chandler was good, 3 for 30 off 8, Jetley 2 for 41, bowled a whole 10 overs, but when the Blaze came out, only 3 batters could get to double figures. Tamsin Newton top scored with 15, and Doherty with 13 not out. But Eden Carson, the figures of the match, 5 for 17 off 10, well supported by Emma Black, 3 for 13. The Blaze could never get anything going, and the wickets continually started to fall. 1 for 12, 2 for 17, 3 for 23, 4 for 29, 5 for 32, 6 for 44, 7 for 54, 8 for 63, 9 for 76, and finally Maloney out when the 10th wicket fell with a total at 82. The Otago Sparks winning their Halliburton-Johnson trophy by 138 runs. A fabulous effort. The team coached by Craig Cumming. I said at the start it'll be catches that win matches. Well, there was a great catch taken by Polly Ingalls to dismiss Rebecca Burns, but the catch that we'll remember is Maria Lamplau off the bowling of Eden Carson to dismiss Natasha Kadiva as she dived away to her right, stuck out her right arm and pulled in an absolutely stunning catch for the 9th wicket to fall. And what a day it has been. The home side, well, it's on a neutral ground, but the home team in this area is the Otago Sparks, and they will be delighted. The disappointment will come later on for the Wellington team, who have been so good this year, but without their big names with Sophie Devine, the Kerr sisters, Maddie Green, They just weren't able to deliver what they needed to this afternoon. And it's the Otago Blaze, the Otago Sparks, who have beaten the Blaze by 138 runs to take out the championship in this season, the 21-22 season, and win it for the first time since back in 2015-16 when they last won this trophy. So good win to Otago. Congratulations to the Otago team. It is all over here from the John Davies Oval in Queenstown. The Otago Sparks, the champions of the Halliburton Johnson Shield for 21-22.